Good evening. Welcome to this joint meeting with Visit Bastrop and the City Council. It is 5:31 and I'm calling the Bastrop City Council to order. Chair Harrell?
Yes, I'm going to call the Visit Bastrop Board to order as well. We have a quorum here. If everyone on the board that's here could please stand up. Jane? All right, thank you guys.
Outstanding. Thank y'all very much. We will immediately move to citizen comments on this agenda item. Do we have any citizen comments on this agenda item, Madam Secretary?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. We will move beyond citizen comments and move on to presentations. 3A, receive a presentation on the proposed 2025 operating budget submitted by Visit Bastrop. Ms. LaFuente, or Chairman Harrell.
I'll be taking the lead on
Thank
this.
you.
Yep.
She's bringing the magic wand.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. All right, so Visit Bastrop, the City of Bastrop, our joint workshop planning session. I'm Lee Harrell, Chair of Visit Bastrop. Ashley Fuente is our Interim Director of Operations. And I want to start real quick just by going over what the mission of Visit Bastrop is before we dive into the budget. The mission, according to our current strategic plan of Visit Bastrop, is promotes and develops community through a targeted destination strategy that drives economic growth and quality of place. And the vision statement to go along with that was crafted a few years ago to champion Bastrop and the Lost Pines region branded experiences to facilitate Bastrop area tourism, business development, education, and advocacy. And I will say these are on our strategic plan as it exists right now. We have a strategic planning session scheduled next month where we'll be looking at all things Visit Bastrop and what our future looks like. But I do like that mission statement. So moving forward, the Visit Bastrop budget. This is a summary right here. Okay, this is a summary of the budget, which I'll just kind of go through real quick, and then we'll break it out a little bit more. Total revenue projected based on what the formula that's used based on the projected hot tax revenue for next year. This does not include this $1,043,840. That does not include the $75,000 in pass-through event funds. We take that out because that is dedicated to, and we'd love to talk more about that, and hopefully have time to tonight. So this is the 35% of the forecast after the convention center debt's taken out. So with that being said, I want to point out, first of all, that the bulk of the budget is in marketing, and we have a whole separate marketing budget that we will be going through as well, and Ashton will be taking the lead on most of that because she is the marketing guru and has been for quite a while for Visit Bastrop. The second big cost, second highest percentage-wise, is personnel costs. I do want to kind of start with that one. This was something that was talked about quite a bit in the task force meetings, and I think in the past, Visit Bastrop's taken a little bit of criticism over the amount of staff and the amount of the budget going towards the staff. So our personnel cost is focused going into next year on a two-person staff. Considering that we had at one point a 5-person staff. It's obvious that we're going to have to be a lot more efficient and a lot more. The staff members we have are going to be taking on tasks that are beyond what they were doing before, or duplicating, kind of doing two jobs, and working really closely to figure out where that line is drawn, and really just identifying like what are the key roles of each employee that are totally essential, and what are things that aren't as essential, time management, all those kinds of things. And it's been an ongoing conversation. Ashton and I meet weekly, and it's definitely a part of our conversation every week. But I'm confident that starting into the year, we have competent staff to get this organization, to keep this organization moving in the right direction and achieving the mission critical aspects of marketing. So just to kind of go over the full budget, client development is less than 3% of the total budget. Client development is not something we've totally defined. It's always been in the budget. Ashton, could you come up real quick and help me with this one? So client development, I'm going to let Ashton kind of explain what some aspects of that might look like.
Hi, everybody. So client development moving forward is going to be reserved for opportunities to work with, like, for example, Hyatt Regency Lost Pines. Sometimes they need to solicit to groups and entice them because they compete with a lot of big cities. So sometimes we provide additional incentives to the Hyatt team so that they can help win a piece of business over, let's say, Dallas or Houston that might have direct flight options where that may not be the case coming into Austin. And so we provide some incentive to those groups to help win business that would in turn result in room nights.
Thank you. So does anybody got any questions about that?
None are indicated so far. Please continue.
Okay. Second major category there, dues and memberships. These are dues and memberships and subscriptions to organizations and resources that are provide the kind of resources that our staff needs to stay in the know with market trends, industry trends, and just support them in achieving in getting their job done. Local meetings and transportation. This is honestly, as we've looked at that, that's probably over budgeted, but that is in there to help support the staff when they have expenses to participate and in local, working with our local partners and whatever that may look like. Of course, the marketing budget, I said we'll come back to that. Office expenses is pretty self-explanatory. It's just that's the cost of having the office. Information technology, that $10,000. IT support is included in our shared services agreement with the city already. So what that line item is, honestly, our physical computer hardware is outdated, and we're going to have to replace that this year. They spend way too much time on the phone with IT support trying to get the computer to turn back on. So that's what that $10,000 is. One time this year, not something that's huge, but it's necessary. Personnel costs we talked about. Professional development. So we've really looked at what is absolutely necessary in terms of professional development, making sure that we have a very conservative budget on what we're going to be spending on professional development, when the travel expenses with going to these meetings is included in there, and most of that has been pretty well, from like per diem expenses for meals to hotel rooms and transportation is all wrapped up in there as well. Yeah. And then finally, operational costs. Refer to my operational costs is things like our audit fees, bank fees, financial services for bookkeeping, legal services, HR support, all the insurance that we have to cover, and then we have a little bit of miscellaneous in there for some other things that might come up of $2,000. So let's see, we should have, okay. The marketing budget, as I had mentioned, the marketing budget is the bulk of the total budget. Marketing is what we have been referring to as mission critical. Our role is a marketing agency. So the things that This is why Visit Bastrop exists. This is how we achieve the goal of promoting and advertising and drawing people into town. So this is where I'm going to ask Ashton to come up and go over this with y'all in a little more detail line by line.
So does anyone have any questions? I can go through this very quickly, just line by line or bucket by bucket. Does anybody have any questions that stand out to kind of guide the conversation, or would you just prefer that I just go through it bucket by bucket just briefly?
Go for it.
Okay, so on the top of the list, we partner with an ad agency by the name of Augustine. They help us with our PR efforts. So we have a very healthy PR retainer with them because it's a lot of proactive pitching. That's where we end up in articles. That's how we send out press releases and media alerts. And then moving into the research category, we partner with a few different data sets. In the past, we've partnered with a company called Zartico. They're a destination research tool, but we're going to be moving over to Placer AI. Data is great for us, but it's also great when we can share it with our partners, our event planners. We get a lot of folks asking about, can you tell us how many people came to our event and where they came from and what they were doing before and after the event? And we find that there's better opportunities to do that through Placer. So we're switching gears and moving out of Zartico and going into Placer. Sprout is a social media monitoring tool. AirDNA helps us collect data on our Airbnbs that are in this territory. And then Star Reporting gives us information on our hoteliers and our destination as a whole compared to a competitive set. The next bucket is Simple View. That's our website. It's our main digital. That's where we drive everything back to. All of our promotions lead back to visitbastrop.com. And so all of the bucketed items underneath the Simple View category are our website. And it's not really just a website. It's a CRM database. It's a place where we push out SEO, which is search engine optimization, so that Google finds and locates our website as a reliable resource and serves it up first. And then we also have a paid media effort associated with that too, where we run ads and campaigns to make sure that where we're not populating first, we can pay to secure that space. Dues and subscriptions, standard stuff like our Constant Contact. It's how we send out emails to partners, and it's where we distribute our newsletter to about 15,000 people who have requested to be part of that list. Certified folder, GoDaddy is a small, it's not really worth mentioning, but it's a fee that we account for every year to make sure that we can keep our domain alive. Visit bastrop.com. Certified folder distribution is how we distribute our visitor guides. So we distribute them ourselves locally, but we are working, and we have been working to distribute them in our drive markets. So Galveston is one of our areas, San Antonio is one of our areas, and this year we're going to be working on producing a rack card, which will open up distribution to our Austin market, which is #1 market. Digital media buys, Google paid search, again, another initiative to make sure that it's a pay-per-click campaign. So we bid on particular keywords, and when people search those words, it serves up Visit Bastrop as a resource first. The music festival, you guys, that's coming up at the end of next month, so it's coming up, and it's a great event, and so that retainer is for that. Influencer marketing campaign. This is an initiative that we're restoring from when we lost it in COVID. So since COVID, we've been rebuilding our efforts, and with the changes that we've been making to the budget, we've had some room to reinstate this initiative, and that's working with micro-influencers, people who have large and small followings of folks on their page. We bring them to town, we show them a good time, they produce great content for us, and then in turn, it's kind of a win-win for everybody. So we're gonna be working on doing some of that stuff. Texas Highways campaign is the #1, outside of the state of Texas, they're the #1 resource for Texas-driven information, so we make sure that we take up space amongst the competition in that area. News broadcast, I have had some really cool conversations with Disney Plus and Hulu. Everybody is streaming these days, so it's nice to buy KXAN stuff, but it's also really nice to have the opportunity to look at maybe they call it over the top, and it's basically a way to avoid broadcast TV and get into the streaming ads, so we're having some exciting conversations about that. Co-op advertising opportunities with the state of Texas. They have programs they roll out to destinations every year so that you can participate in them, and sometimes we have enough to participate, sometimes we don't, but this year we're reinstating that initiative as well. And then social media paid campaign, it's boosted ads. The ads or the posts that we normally put up, we're going to spend some money boosting those. And then our event calendar is our driver to our website. It's the most frequented page on our website, and so we're going to spend some we're going to have some initiatives towards not only advertising the event calendar outside of the community, but also some ways to make it more visible in the community to provide people a reason to linger longer in our downtown areas. Print ad and creative development. I won't go through these line by line, but essentially what these are is they're print ads and creative development. We're working on a new campaign this year, and we're excited to launch it. But with that comes the development of some assets that support the campaign. So right now we have this creative idea on paper, but we don't have any ads to support or any stuff to put out there. So when we buy media placement, when we invest in things like Disney Plus and Hulu, that we have the actual creative assets that kind of tell that story of that campaign. So we're going to be working on developing some of that stuff. And then visitor guide printing, it's a technical it's a price that we have to pay to produce the visitor guide. And one thing we're hoping to do is pull back on some of the printing of the guide. If you guys have seen it, it's a great guide. It's big and it's beautiful, but it does limit our distribution because of its unique size. So we're going to pull back on printing some of those big guides and then produce some rack cards in its place to help not only open up our distribution, but to be able to get the information out to more audiences. And then at the very bottom there, marketing development. We know from history that things come up throughout the year, so we try not to tie all of our dollars down and leave some money flexible for us to be able to invest in new opportunities, change gears if something happens and we need to. So that bottom dollar is just for us for anything that might come up between now and the end of next year. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Just Ashton, on the budget line of the $75K for the music festival, I believe, Lee, if I'm not mistaken, in the Hot Funds Task Force, did we talk about going a different direction? I mean, still having the money there, but going a different direction with that?
Yes. So, thank you, Ashton. The 75, the easiest way to do this is kind of give you the history of the music festival. So this will be year 6. This will be the 6th year. We missed 1 year due to COVID. So this will be the 6th year of the music festival. Why the music festival was created was we had received a designation through, I believe through the governor's office, as we had been recognized as a music-friendly community, music-friendly community of, I don't remember the exact terminology. But the purpose of the music festival was to achieve some of the goals associated with being a music-friendly community, live music-friendly community. And the easiest way and the best way to do that at the time, it was the best way to do that at the time, was to hire a company to produce it and come in, turnkey thing. The company that we went with owned a number of marketing outlets like Austin Monthly, Texas Music Magazine, and San Antonio Music Magazine. So it was kind of like a media, it was like an ad buy, because that's what it was considered. Like, we're getting the exposure through those, but then we're also getting the festival that they're producing. Well, over the way that works is they get that $75,000, they put on the music festival. Everything that comes from the music festival, ticket sales, et cetera, goes to them to help support the cost of putting the thing on. They had a couple of other sponsors to help with that too, but they were never aggressive about bringing on other sponsors. But at the end of the day, the venues benefited from food and beverage sales, and the community benefited from getting it out there that, okay, there's this music festival that happened. Well, over the years, the live music scene in Bastrop has grown, quite frankly, more than the music festival itself has. And what we're looking at now, and I can't speak to directly what we're going to do, because there's a lot of ideas, and and I'm excited about a change in direction here. But essentially, that $75,000 next year, it says music festival up there, but really it should be the music-friendly destination, supporting the music-friendly destination. Not relying so much on the company that we've used before to produce this thing. We have some resources in town now. We already have a great, pretty vibrant music scene going on. Of all the different great tourism aspects we have in Bastrop, from history to recreation to, our great downtown and culinary aspects, and all the things we have, live music is one thing that I myself and a lot of the other folks that I talk to in this world agree has the most momentum. And we have the Bastrop Live Music Foundation now, which is something that didn't exist before. So a partnership between Visit Bastrop and the Live Music Foundation, and working with the venues and the number of really great professionals in the world of live music that are working in our downtown area right now, like Mike Cadu at 602, and Neighbors is doing a great job with bringing in bands. Like we're doing a good job of creating kind of a music event almost every weekend. So the idea of having this spending all the money that we have for this initiative on one weekend doesn't make sense anymore. And also the idea that we're not getting to retain the revenue from the ticket sales is kind of hard to stomach at this point in the game. So the first step in moving towards monetizing and being more efficient with that $75,000 and creating more revenue out of it instead of just it being a one-time thing, is we're putting together I'm going to be recommending to the board on Thursday that we put together a music festival task force that will be really diving in and really analyzing what's going on with the music festival right now as it's coming up, as it happens. What are the future goals of it? What should it be doing, and come up with the changes of what it needs to look like in the future. But the idea, instead of using that $75,000, the end goal, instead of using that $75,000 for one weekend where it might rain, figure out a way to stretch that out to benefit the music scene in Bastrop over the course of the entire year. And that's what I think you're talking about.
I commend y'all for doing that, because I really think that's an amazing idea, and I really want to commend the Bastrop Live Music Foundation too, Robert, and all the hard work y'all are doing, because it's all about spreading the love and keeping it here. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Fossler.
I'm going to tag on a Councilmember Myers' comment. I saw the lineup posted for the live music, the Bastrop Music Festival this weekend, and I want to commend the partnership with Bastrop Live Music Foundation, because you can already see the influence in the artists that it's announced, and that was awesome to see that you're already working with them in that way. Yeah.
And just if y'all aren't familiar with the Bastrop Live Music Foundation, it's fairly new, all mostly driven by local artists, and Robert Kraft is their director, and he sits on our board as well. And he works tirelessly to bring music and achieve the goals of that organization, which aren't just bringing in music, but they also have some initiatives and supporting kids that don't have resources, getting mentorship and musicians and instruments as well.
I want to interrupt you for a moment. Madam City Manager, we had only allotted 30 minutes for this presentation, and we're 25 minutes into it. We, for the sake of people who are arriving here for the 6 o'clock City Council meeting, we're going to delay that start for 15 minutes, if we may. So I hate to rush you, but we have other city business. We appreciate the effort, but we need to move on.
Okay, so as far as the budget, I think Ashton did a pretty good job of going through line by line. If there was one thing that I want to add to that, just the buckets, not in the line items, but research is incredibly important. Marketing is data driven, and we're looking at investing more in research than we have in the past and changing up where we get that from. So I really am excited about that. The website is what it is. I think she covered that pretty well. On the digital media side of things, the way that this budget that we look at it is broken out month by month, quarter by quarter. So what I like about that is that gives us flexibility. There's very little of this budget that is like contracted, hard cost. That is what it is. There's flexibility in this budget to what's working, what's not working, what needs to change. You know, if something we have another, pandemic or something like that, and we're not going to have that hot tax. Well, we can trim back and still achieve the mission critical that we need to. But obviously, ideally, we'll use all of this money towards marketing and potentially some of the money we have bucketed in other places in the master budget to roll into the marketing budget, whether for next year or the following year. So yeah, I just wanted to say that about the marketing budget. That was so the budgeting is the main thing tonight. Y'all approving our budget. I want to give you one more opportunity to ask questions about that before I kind of go through some of the just the general where we're at with Visit Bastrop.
Council, any questions for the chairman?
So the Hot Fund Task Force was tasked with not just the budget, but the policy amendments, which those are on your next couple of slides.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
you.
And so I just, for brevity's sake and for Lee's sake, part of what the Hot Fund Task Force talked about was the issues that had arisen within Visit Bastrop that led us to some of the things we're visiting today. Some of these proposed amendments will put bumpers on those things. For example, mimicking the city's financial policies. The issues before were that the client development bucket was just that, a black hole bucket. So if there are city financial policies that are mimicked, then that bucket won't be a black hole bucket. And, Lee was very open and honest about issues within the organization and how he planned to plug certain holes so that we don't continue down a path. And so I do want to commend you that there was nothing that we talked about that wasn't absolutely necessary. The items in front of you come from our city attorney when the proposal for a local government corporation was breached. These essentially mimic a local government corporation without becoming an actual local government corporation. And I think for the sake of Visit Bastrop and the sake of the city, Council should direct staff to work with Visit Bastrop to bring back those contract amendments to match that prior to the final budget adoption.
So, yes, this did come up in that's, thank you, Sylvia, it was a good summary. Of these, there's 13 items listed here in the first 6. Some of this is just inherent with being a 501c6, and some of this is inherent through our bylaws already and just hasn't been focused on enough. So board operations, we're required by our bylaws to meet 7 times a year and have an annual retreat of sorts, strategy meeting, which we're going to be doing. I'm actually going to be proposing that we start doing that in May rather than September, so that next year when Visit Bastrop is up here meeting with you guys, we've already done that, and we've already got a really, really, really solid budget that our board has completely blessed. Because I'll be honest with you, our board hasn't been able to approve the budget right here. I mean, nobody has any problems with it, but we haven't formally been able to approve it because we just put 5 new members on the board, and this is technically our first meeting.
Wow.
So
Welcome.
we have 2 brand new board members here, and 3 others that couldn't make it tonight. So Thursday will be our official first board meeting with the entire board, and we've got a lot of work to do. And everybody's excited. We've got a really great mix of folks that have joined our board of directors, and with a lot of different skill sets, and everybody's bringing a lot of enthusiasm. So I'm excited as we move into this next year.
Hold on just a second. We have a question or comment from Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yeah, this will be This will be real fast. On the board education, I would like to propose that you add training on legal usage of hot funds. I know that Ashton knows how to do it right, and I know that that kind of becomes like a tribal knowledge sort of a thing. But as your board members are thinking through, hey, this would be a great idea, or that'd be a great idea, the fact that they would have those ideas consistent with how they're allowed to spend the money would be useful.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. So in their board orientation binder, which we've made digital now to save from using so much paper, there is quite a bit of information in there provided by the state of Texas. But of course, can't guarantee that you're going to go over it. We are working with Alicia Cook to moderate our board retreat, and she does have experience with DMOs and hot tags. So I will make sure and talk with Alicia about that as she's planning our session. So moving down to open meetings, yes, our meetings are open. We post the agendas and minutes to the website now. That's something that wasn't being done in the past. Open records, we are we comply with open records. We do not have an official policy on that. When it comes to open records right now, we are having to rely on our attorney, who has a great deal of experience with that, and guiding us, making sure that we're following the standard protocols or minimum protocols by what's the term? The Texas Public Information Act and the timelines of when when you have to have the information out and whatnot. Of course, the budget, we're doing that right now. Annual audit, actually we talked to our auditor today, and that's almost done for last year, and he brought up some good points, and we're going to be getting that report in the next couple days. He brought up some good points in terms of, like Sylvia was talking about, the checks and balances with our financial policies and procedures. And most of it's procedure. Our policies aren't really missing it so much as just our procedures in most ways, which is the next one, financial policies. In financial personnel policies, we have recently contracted with a new HR firm who's reviewing all of that with us right now, and they are very much aware. They're also looking at the city's policies as they can find online, and making sure that we mirror them as much as possible. We stressed that to them. They did come back to us and we're like, well, some of this won't make sense because y'all are a tiny organization compared to the city. And we're like, well, we understand that, but we need to mirror the city as much as possible, everywhere we can. So that conversation is being had, and that process is underway. Monthly reports, we do submit. Do we submit monthly reports or quarterly reports? Currently we submit quarterly reports. We're not opposed to monthly reports by any means. So that's if that's what y'all want, then that's what we'll do. I think in the past it had been monthly reports and it was switched to quarterly reports. So let's have that conversation and figure it out what y'all want and what y'all want in those reports, and you'll get it. And then benchmarks and other expectations. That's something that we dove into yesterday. There's a slide further on, and I'll hopefully get to. It's kind of at the end of some of the benchmarks that we've used in the past. And it's data. Is it the best data to use to say whether or not we're achieving our goals? I don't really think so. I think we could dive into finding some other performance measures, and that's something that the board is going to be tackling at our strategic planning session. So, any questions about any of that?
Any questions for the chairman? Councilmember Meyer.
No, just to comment that since Councilmember Plunkett and I were tasked from the council to address issue number 9 and 10 on the financial policies and personnel policies HR. you have met that now, so that whole education and meetings that we went to, I'm so happy to see 9 and 10 of what you propose up there, so thank you for that.
Anything else?
Any other questions?
So just to kind of summarize this is all in the interest of transparency in my field. That's how I feel about these 13 points. And I believe in transparency hugely, and we are going to be as transparent as y'all ask us to be, and hopefully more so. Okay, so I'm going to go through kind of, if we're good with that, and go through kind of where we're at right now, where we're going. I'll go through this kind of quick. We're running out of time. So going into this next year, the focal points that we've been looking at and talking about: governance, policies and procedures, internal operations. What does mission critical mean? The hot special event funding has got to be talked about, and then supporting our community assets. Those are the big things that we are conversating about on a regular basis. Governance right now, that was one of the biggest challenges since I took over as chair last spring, is rebuilding the board. We've done that. We have a great board with a diverse skill set. Really excited to see how it's going to be a really great mix of folks to help lead this organization. We have experiences in different industries. People have different strengths. We have folks that have strength with a finance background. We have folks that have strength. We have one board member who used to work for a marketing agency that Proof Advertising, Proof, right? That was on the account before Visit Bastrop when Bastrop Marketing Corporation existed and was out at the Hyatt. So we have great experience and a mix of folks on the board to help support our staff, which they're going to need. We have representation of local tourism sectors. In the past, in the beginning, that was the biggest focus. Make sure all the sectors are represented. I think we've learned over time that that's not the most important. That we have individuals who can govern and have skill sets to bring to the table. Not that we need to discount that altogether, the sector participation, but it's not the focal point. And most importantly, we have a board of directors that's ready to roll up their sleeves and go to work. Transparency. Like I said, we're going to be adjusting our calendar to complement the parent-child relationship with the city, so that next time we get here, we've done a lot of the work that we haven't done yet this year. Reestablishing our executive team as it stands right now. As the chair, we don't have a vice chair. We have a secretary who has dual citizenship in Europe, and she's been in the UK all summer, so that hasn't been helpful. But we don't have that yet. But obviously we haven't had the board either.
Chair,
Yes,
I'm going to rush you along.
Okay. I'll skip through some of this. Internal operations, we kind of talked a little bit about that. They're just going to have to be a lot more efficient, and we're working on that. Mission critical, the things, marketing is what's mission critical. And the one thing that I like about what we're saying right here is budget guided initiatives. Really paying attention to where we're spending the money, how we're spending the money, and making sure that we're getting a good return, or we're getting good exposure from where we're spending the dollars. I'm going to skip through some of this that's pretty inherent, I think most of y'all know, to get down to the end here. The Hot Special Event Fund. So this has been a hot button. That we started last year with coming up with a new policy for evaluating events, and we're going to continue that this year. I'm just going to summarize this in this way. That is not our money. That is the city's money. We are there to vet events, to help gauge what is legal, what is not going to achieve the Texas two-step. And I've had conversations with most of y'all about this. According to the state of Texas, the Texas two-step, if you're going to fund anything with hot tax, especially events, you have to meet certain criteria, two things. That is the minimum. That does not mean that we can't locally have a third level of due diligence, and we just have to collectively, y'all and us, and potentially some of the rest of the community, determine like what that looks like. How do we do that? I don't have the answer. I've got ideas, but I don't have the answer to that. But that's all I can say about that right now, or else we'll take up the rest of the night. Metrics. This is the last thing that's really kind of important. Right now, the metrics we've always used, and this is the reason this is up here is this is the metrics that Visit Bastrop has presented in the past. And the benchmarks for success is looking at what you're seeing there is traffic to the website. Overall traffic, paid search traffic, organic traffic, new users, and then blog traffic. And then at the bottom there, you have our social media, which is something we invested a little bit more in this year, and we're going to be figuring out how to continue to invest in that in a different way next year. But if you look at where we were last year, what our goal is for this year, the goal is to try to see a 3 to 5% increase. So at a 3% increase, we'd see 260,000 unique sessions throughout the year. Right now, we're at 195 unique sessions. Okay, if we were to hit that so what did the number come out to be, David? 5? Okay, so if you take that number, I questioned Ashley a lot on this. Like, is that good? Is that, like, I don't know, is that good? How can we compare to the industry, which is difficult to do? It's difficult to compare to the industry, and we're asking some questions about how we could potentially do that and where we could get that information. But if you break that down and look at it on a daily basis, that's 532 unique sessions on our website on average every day since October 1st of last year. That's a lot of people looking at that website. You know, I wish I had that kind of view on my website. But that kind of puts it in perspective of, yes, it's not the best gauge, it's not the best metric, but that is something that's noteworthy. So, any questions about that?
Councilmember Meyer.
Not really a question. I just want to make the comment, Lee, that I've said this to you before. You're running this like a business, and that's why you have to do it, and I really appreciate that. And since you've been the chair of this organization, you have turned this in the right direction. Your board is making a change. You're going the right direction. So I just want to thank you all. I feel your energy is up. I feel really positive things for you. So just thank all of you for that.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that. I'm very proud of what you've done in a very short time. And I just wanted to say that publicly and emphatically. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So on these metrics and KPIs, I've always kind of struggled with these. I think maybe you've communicated here that you're struggling with them too a little bit. Not in understanding them, because they're not that hard to understand, but it's more on how does this drive success? You know, how does having 3% higher year-over-year increase in number of daily sessions, you know, drive the mission of Visit Bastrop? And I don't have an answer for you either, but I think it's a brainstorming thing in terms of maybe looking at the marketing initiatives and assessing, is there some metric that you can use to measure for, you know, several of them that would indicate that we know that that one was successful because something happened that we can measure, and then add that to the list would be.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%, and that's something we will be. Just haven't had time to jump into that yet, John. Come on now. One last thing, and then I'm going to get out. Thank y'all for your praise from me, but I want to recognize Ashton and Stephanie here. The challenge of just the two of them in the office is not small, and they are they're doing a great job, and they're stepping up to the challenge as the best they can right now. And they come to work knowing that it's going to be hard every day, and they come to work and they work really hard. And also the board members that showed up today, I can't talk enough about how excited I am about our new mix. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Council, the Visit Bastrop has provided us with a hard copy of their outstanding PowerPoint. Chairman Harl and Director LaFuente has laid out their budget. And what they're doing in great work. And I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We're not at approval yet. It's motion to move it into the budget cycle.
That's correct.
But we need a motion to incorporate those 13 points into their contract and bring that back.
Motion to move the budget into the next budget cycle and incorporate the
13 points.
13, where are they called? I lost them. The 13 points into the discussion,
Contract.
Second.
into the contract.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lee, a second by Councilmember Plunkett. Does everybody understand the motion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chairman Harrell.
Thank
At
you.
this point in time, we're going to adjourn the Bastrop City Council portion of this joint meeting. You want to adjourn your portion of this joint council?
Yes, well, we are adjourned as well. Do we need to take a, okay, yeah. We're adjourned as well, thank you.
We are collectively adjourned from that, and we will immediately move to the regular city council meeting at 6:18. We're some 18 minutes short or late. Bastrop City Council and the City of Bastrop reserves the right to reconvene, recess, realign the regular session, or call to executive session or order of business at any time prior to adjournment. We will move on. Looks like we're going to have a change of crowd. Because we're running late, we're just going to go ahead and move into the Pledge of Allegiance shortly.
I'll go find them.
Tonight, we are very pleased and honored to have two of our outstanding youth from the Bastrop Opera House Youth Academy. We have Amelia Anderson and we have Gibson Helton. If y'all will step up and lead us into the pledge, we would much appreciate it. Will everybody please rise? Right up here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. He's going to take a quick picture of y'all real quick.
Hi there. Has Edie spoken to you about where you're going to situate? She's going to have y'all done.
Thank y'all very much. If you'll remain standing, we're going to ask Reverend Keitridge Steger to come and lead us in prayer.
Good evening. Good evening. Proverbs 16:9 tells us that a man's heart plans his ways, but the Lord directs his step. So, Father, we thank you for your grace. Lord, we thank you, Lord, that we can rest that as we put our trust in you, our steps are ordered by the Most High God. Father, I thank you, Lord, that we can rejoice, Lord, even at the little detours that we see, because we know that you are taking us in a better direction that we could come up with on our own. So, Father, as we come in this meeting today, we thank you for the plan that has been laid out, but most importantly, we thank you for your presence, Lord, that will order us into a righteous manner as you see fit. We bless those who are here. We bless their families and peace upon this great city of Bastrop. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Another one of our great police chaplains. Thank you so much for the work that you do on a daily basis. We will move on to presentations. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego the mayor's report. Do we have any city council member that wishes to make a report? Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Bastrop. I wanted to do, just report a couple of things regarding the library's summer program. They had 1,219 registrations for this year compared to 980 last year. They increased in everything from books given away to programming. They had 145 programs for the summer compared to last year, 89. And their door count this year was 17,651 compared to last year's 13. So they did a wonderful job with the summer program. Takes a lot of time and volunteers to pull that off. Highlights from that were the Bastrop Police Department coming to read during story time, and then the escape room. They had a lot of fun with the escape room. So they are hosting a luncheon, a volunteer luncheon on August the 20th at 11:30 to 12:30. So anyone's welcome to come to that, and as well as they need volunteers. They will always need volunteers. So if you're interested in volunteering for the city and interested in reading in the library, please visit the library or call City Hall to volunteer. They also need someone to serve on the board. So if you're interested in serving on a board for the library, please call City Hall and fill out an application or get an application online. I wanted to commend the Parks and Rec on their boot scooting line dancing. I went for the first time on Wednesday and had a really good time. Didn't realize I was actually going to be working out. I thought I was going to be dancing. But it was really fun, and I plan on going back every week. So they will be hosting that at the PAC Center every week for the next 5 weeks on Wednesdays. Thank you, Cammie, for making that a fun event. I wanted to thank everyone for their participation in homecoming this year. There was a lot of talk and conversation about the parade not going down Main Street, which is something that has happened since birth. So I understand the city manager is well aware of that and working on figuring out how we can bring that tradition back. It's a longstanding tradition in Bastrop, and I appreciate people in the city bringing it to the city's attention. And then the last thing I want to report is I went to Houston this weekend to visit some friends, and you know how you get in an Uber or Lyft and you just start talking to them to be comfortable? So he asked where I'm from, and normally I say Austin because that's where most people know. Most people don't know Bastrop, but I said Bastrop, and he knew where Bastrop was. And one of the reasons he knew was because he was invited to come hang out downtown to listen to live music and said it was the best fun he had ever had. He has traveled all the way from Nigeria to New York to D.C. and is now living in Houston, and he said he will be down here for our music festival. So thank you all for everything that you do in downtown Bastrop. I call it our own little mini 6th Street. I really enjoy hanging out in our town in downtown Bastrop. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Yes, super fast, out of respect to your time. Congratulations. Yesterday, we've got to the letter of intent signing with the African American Museum. Big step forward. Looking forward to keep on moving to see huge changes for them. Number two, regarding the homecoming parade, we do hear you. On August 21st, we will have a budget workshop meeting, so we will address the parade route at that. So we do hear you, City of Bastrop. We're listening to you, and we'll work on that for you. The third thing I would like to do is present Miss Piper with the gift. Miss Piper came to the Sit with Sylvia. She is very instrumental. She is the reason the codes are being changed because she has done so much to open our eyes to what was not working with our codes.
Outstanding. Another one of our fine citizens. Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Councilmember Fossler.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to announce that we've got a breakdancing showcase this Saturday at the PAC Center from 11:30 to 6 p.m. Breakdancing debuted at the Olympics just the last few days, and it's going to be in Bastrop as well. So there'll be a showcase. Dancers from all over Central Texas and all over the states are coming to showcase different kinds of dance. Never before happened in Bastrop. You're all welcome to come. It's free. There'll be translators there. There'll be ASL signers, and there'll be Spanish translators. So it's welcome. Everyone is welcome. And also, happy birthday, Sylvia.
Thank you.
Thanks for spending your night with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Plunkett.
Thank you. There's been a lot said about me lately, both on social media and even in the mail. My general inclination is to take little mind of such criticism and accusations. After all, people have the right to their opinion, and I learned long ago that you can't please everyone. Recently, however, a line has been crossed that compels me to respond. Yesterday, most of the people who signed a petition got a letter, presumably from the mayor, alleging that I misled them. Since it was committed to paper and distributed so widely and contained so many blatant falsehoods, I believe it's a good document to use to highlight the methods of those who chose to impugn others rather than answer to their own behavior. I've never accused the mayor of doing anything that he hasn't either admitted to doing or wasn't a documented fact. When voters hear these facts, they draw their own conclusions. Many times, I would tell a voter about the mayor's interference with the investigation, what the investigation was about, and what we did about it. And their spouse or somebody else in the house would come back and ask from inside. I would hear them, and they'd say, what's going on? And the voter that I just told that to would say, oh, the mayor's stealing money. And to that, I would correct them and say that, no, I did not believe that the mayor was stealing money, and actually I don't even believe he had the means to do so. But what he did do was obstruct an investigation into financial impropriety. And to that, they would usually respond something like, yeah, but he was doing that for a reason. So the point of that is, people draw their own conclusions from the facts that they're given, and they're colored by the biases that they have toward people to begin with. You see, it really doesn't matter the extent to which, if any, the mayor participated in the wrongdoing. It doesn't even matter if there was any wrongdoing. The fact is, there was a credible accusation made by all the employees who report to the CEO of one of the city's largest contractors. How could we not investigate? How could we not? When the investigation subsequently was stonewalled by a public official who turns out to be the boyfriend of the CEO who was accused of the wrongdoing, it reeks of a conflict of interest to me. Unfortunately, our ordinances on conflict of interest do not extend to intimate relations. It does amount to abuse of power, and that is what the Board of Ethics found. Do people hear all this and assume the worst? Quite often, yes. But I don't know what to do about that. We live in a highly polarized political environment in which the public has very little trust in their elected officials and are acting, that their public officials are acting in the public interest. I don't know any other way to fix it besides making sure that we hold others accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since we're still on reports, I am going to head and do a mayor's report, a little bit different from what we normally would do. Throughout the drama of the call for my removal as mayor, I've always knew what the facts were. I made a personal and private mistake that was revealed in a very public and humiliating way, affecting not only me but my wife. I took responsibility and apologized for my actions as well as sought forgiveness from God, family, and friends. However, some people, including some on this council, continue to try to wrongfully connect my private indiscretion to a misuse of funds and alleged criminal conduct. Let's be clear. Once the investigations and thorough audits were completed, even though by then I'd already been punished with an unjustified ethics reprimand, there is no evidence that I committed any crime, nor any evidence that I caused or condoned any public funds to be improperly spent. All I did was resist an unlawful invasion into my constitutional right of privacy. That is why I have fought these unwarranted, malicious attacks on me, on my right of privacy, and on the office of the mayor. There's been in excess of $137,000 of public funds spent on investigation, audits, and legal fees on embarrassing and attacking me. For perspective, that is the amount of money roughly equivalent to our entire community partners' budget. Should this infighting continue, more city resources, money, and time will be expended. I'm extending my hand and humbly asking that this stop. Regardless of whether the signers of the recall petition were misled or intimidated in signing the petition, I do recognize that 1,600 signatures were gathered. That has my attention, and I have some work to do to restore their faith. That said, it is time for all of us on this council to reach across the aisle, as the city manager has suggested, and strive for the better and more productive work that this council can do. We, as a body, need to quit burdening our staff, both administrative and legal, with work that does not move our city forward in a more productive manner. To my colleagues, I'm asking for your assistance to seize these recall efforts now that the truth is known that I had not committed any unlawful acts or done anything deserving of removal from office. If you will stop these attacks, I will gladly end my plans to fight back, even in court if necessary, to hold those accountable who have gone over the line of free speech and have defamed me maliciously. We as a legislative body and titular heads of this great city can instead focus on matters of real interest to our constituents and serve them in a more productive manner if we, here and now, start working better together anew. I humbly and sincerely ask you to join me. That concludes our reports for tonight. We will move on to work sessions and briefings. 10A, receive information on a proposed public improvement district for the Valverde development. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The Valverde development is west of 969 and north of Highway 71. The development agreement dates back more than 5 years, and the development began as NEU development. It then turned into Viridian development and is now subsequently Valverde development. Staff and the legal team representing Valverde are in the audience. We've gone through many iterations of the development agreements, and we came to an agreement that we need to stop, reset, and start the process over to make sure everything is clear and concise. With that in mind, I asked the development group for Valverde to have a presentation to the council because many of you have expressed concern and have expressed interest in what is a public improvement district and what is the mechanism to that. Given that it's on the heels of a Hunter's Crossing PID that we all still feel the pain of more than 20 years later. So the representatives of Valverde, are you here? Oh, there you go. Hi, Tally.
I'll go.
Yes.
And y'all's bond counsel is here as well, and so I will, thank you. I will go quickly, and then y'all will probably much rather like to hear from him. I'm Tally Williams with the law firm Metcalf, Wolf, Stewart & Williams, and we are legal counsel for this project for D.R. Horton, who's the owner. City manager already ran through some of this with you guys. I think y'all know where the project is located and you know where everything is. Sylvia's correct that we formed this PID back in 2021. We also came back very quickly after that and did a development agreement that talks about development standards for the project, what we were building, what infrastructure was going in. So we've had this plan on the books for quite a while. And then also, as part of the agreement with the city, we allowed, the project was fully in the ETJ when we did this back in 2021, and we allowed the city to come in and annex the project in phases, and so around 104 acres has been annexed by the city. Sorry, not the best, we can't really fit the land plan on here very well, but that's generally just wanted to show you the shape of the project, the district boundaries, and the general layout of what we're planning. And then this right here shows a little bit closer up version of what the city has annexed so far. Next steps, and that's really why we're here tonight, is, this project's been going on for a while. We had to get all the procedures and policies in place for how this was going to work. And so now we're at that next step, which is the actual PID financing. So the PID's been formed, we've got those documents done, but now we've actually got to go finance the infrastructure that's in the ground. So D.R. Horton has actually already put the infrastructure in the ground. So this is going to be a reimbursement PID, where essentially just the developer's getting reimbursed for infrastructure, that's already been put in the ground. And we're talking standard things, water, wastewater, roads, things like that. But what is critical and why this is so time sensitive is because we are out there moving and things are happening. And we have a representative from D.R. Horton here, but they can tell you a little bit better about timing. But houses are going to go up really soon. And if you don't get the PID assessment levied before a homeowner moves in, it's a lien priority issue. So we want to make sure that the financing and the assessments are in place before anybody moves out there. And then we avoid a lot of, I'm not super familiar with Hunter's Crossing. I know enough, but PIDs are done a lot differently these days. We have a lot of checks and balances and a lot of disclosure items that we have to go through. And that's one of the things that's a common practice now, is that we get assessments levied before anyone moves in, so that all the homeowners know what their assessments are going to be. And then in this particular project, the idea would be we would levy assessments and issue bonds at the same time. It's just a lot more cost efficient to do it that way, and it just keeps us from having to come back a second time and honestly, have to get you guys to do everything kind of over. So that's my 2 cents. We have a lot of financial information if y'all want us to run through it. I just want to caveat it with, we still need to go through these steps, and y'all's consultants still need to look through our numbers, look at all the financial information. So the numbers that we're going to present tonight are estimates, but we feel pretty good about it because, like I said, the infrastructure's, most of it's been built, and so we're just in this last stage of the project. So I'm going to bring up Zach Crawford with DPFG, and he is the financial consultant for the developer.
Thank you. I've got it. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Tally said, my name is Zach Crawford with DPFG. We're the PID consultant to the developer. Prepared a couple slides here at the end of the presentation to illustrate both the economic impact through the development of the project to the city and the other taxing jurisdictions, as well as like Tally said, some of the projected assessment amounts and those impacts to homeowners that we are showing as of right now. At build out, the 1,545 projected total lots for the project will be approximately $557 million at build out, generating roughly $2.8 million to the city's general fund, as well as $8.6 million to the other taxing jurisdictions. Some of the key terms of our proposed PID: a 52-cent equivalent PID tax rate, equating to a $2.57 total. That's assuming annexation, obviously. A 30-year term of the district, which is finite, this standard for PIDs across the state. The total projected PID qualified improvements that we're showing as of right now is $87 million of that, and this table is slightly cut off, but hopefully you can see it in your packet. The first improvement area that we are looking to get assessments levied and eventually bonds issued for, that would be roughly $11.5 million of assessment and eventual bonds. netting about $9.6 million towards infrastructure. Total expected gross proceeds for the project, $37 million, netting the developer roughly $31 million. On this next slide, we'll see the 602 lots for the planned improvement area 1 across a multitude of product types, and how the value associated with those different product types, as well as how that $11.5 million projected assessment is spread across those. We've used a standard assessment allocation methodology as a pro rata share of expected assessed value, and you'll see there on the right, far right-hand column, as a part of that methodology, every single product type is paying an equivalent 52-cent equivalent tax rate on an annual basis. This last slide here is a quick example of what a homeowner would pay on an annual basis as far as an estimated mortgage payment, city taxes, the remaining property taxes, as well as the annual PID installment. This $355,000 price point is equal to that lot type 4 that we saw on the previous schedule, equating to roughly $2,900 a month living within a PID community. And apologies for the typo. The calculation is correct, but on the City of Bastrop property taxes line, I mistakenly pressed the 4 twice instead of adding a 9 there. So the calculation is correct. We've prepared some updated slides that we can get to you guys as well, so that reads correctly. Happy to answer any other questions, and like Tally said, we have a representative from Horton as well as your bond counsel here to answer.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, my questions are probably more for the city manager.
Okay.
Thank you. So I have been talking to people with Hunter's Crossing since before I got on council, and I've gotten bits and pieces of what people were upset or concerned about, but never kind of got a full picture. I got a little bit more of a full picture this past week and having some conversations, but there's still not something connecting. So I'm trying to understand the PID thing better with a lot of these questions, if not all. So in the recommendation, there were issues that still needed to be resolved by August the 27th. What are the issues that still need to be resolved?
Some of those issues are the actual infrastructure. Because the documents that I had showed a PID that was expired, not that had been redone or reapproved, we were under the impression that, as council knows, the error of the wastewater down 969. So when I came to council and said, we're going to have to eat that error, that's our error. So when I found out there was a PID, it's like, oh no, that's our shared error. That's we have to share some of the expense. And then also there was the question in the beginning, the PID itself was 410 acres and then it was 399. So I just needed to get my full hands on what it is we're actually looking at and feel comfortable enough. One of the questions that there's 3 major questions that the council asked that we didn't want to recreate like we did in the Hunter's Crossing PID. And the first one is an assessment that never seems to end. And in the Hunter's Crossing PID, instead of assessments starting at year 1 across the board, regardless of who owed, the assessments didn't begin until the property went vertical, meaning some of those properties that began the assessment in 2004 but didn't build in 2014, that developer was off the hook for those first 13 years. And essentially, the property owners and the city, we're now on the hook for those things because we've got property owners in there who believe they're done. They've been paying for 20 years. So that's one of the questions, and exactly how does the payment schedule work out for Valverde? And so we're working through that. The second is, many of you asked a specific question about what is the impact to the property owner, a residential property owner. And if you see from the math on the prior slide, it's about $153 a month to a property owner. So that is something that we have to consider, especially if the homes are supposed to be in a affordable range. Those are things that when our financial advisor and we look at it, is it a reasonable PID to talk about? And then the third, there has been some increases in infrastructure. Our prior development agreement called for an elevated storage tank potentially to be located on the Valverde site. well, what does that infrastructure look like, and who is supposed to be on the hook for that, and is there a partnership, share, et cetera, et cetera. So those are just some of the things we're looking through. I'm feeling more and more comfortable as I get through the documents, as I continue to talk to Tally, and, again, reiterating that this cannot be another Hunter's Crossing fiasco.
Yeah, so in terms of the water, our wastewater, are we able to provide wastewater to that entire development, or is just the first phase? Because I've kind of heard different things. The first phase, we will be able to, with our current wastewater treatment plant, provide that, but the well, the elevated storage tank, will have to be for other phases?
That's correct. We do have some water pressure issues that we're going to have to work through, and we'll work through that with the phasing. The elevated storage tank is not the only solution. There's other solution that our Public Works team thinks may also work that maybe aren't sexy, popular solutions, but they do work. And then the other piece is, yes, when we calculated LUEs in our wastewater territory, we calculated the maximum amount in certain areas, which is why when I told you last session, when you said, can we serve? I said, yeah, because what the model shows is everything coming online at one time. Now, D.R. Horton tells us they're going to be able to put 10 houses up a week. Maybe, I don't know, you can ask D.R. Horton that. But that's a really quick turnaround. And so there's some infrastructure that has to be put in the ground. And we're going to be running tight. So we've got a contingency of pump and haul for probably 2 months, I think, in the contract to make sure that we can continue and make the necessary connections. Because remember, we rerouted them from 71 down to Bear Hunter.
So where the storage tank, for the storage tank lines, that will be considered their property. What is our cost to be able to use their property to?
So they have dedicated easements in their plat, in their development plans. There's easements that show where those lines would go. So those are things that have been negotiated in the past.
That's been negotiated. And will the assessment, the cost for that, go to
No.
the property owners? How does
That's
that work?
ours. That's ours.
We incur that
That's
cost?
ours.
So that money will not go toward the property owners? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of what I've also been told was that the city kind of dropped the ball with Hunter's Crossing and management of the PID. So what's our safety net there? Who from the city will be managing the PID to make sure we don't fall into a situation?
There's actually 3 better check marks now than there was in the PID when Hunter's Crossing was first created. So Hunter's Crossing was among the very first PIDs in the state. It was Hunter's Crossing and me in Corpus Christi. The legislation was such that we didn't even have to file it at the county courthouse. We just filed it at the city secretary. So people bought property not even knowing there was a lien. The real estate forms didn't show that there was a PID to be paid into, so people bought into not knowing that there was an assessment. I think the most important part is the financial advisor review and that there is a PID board. We don't just get to say, oh, we think this is a great idea. It's $557 million on the ground. There is an advisor, a financial advisor on our end too, that has to look at it and say, that's a crazy assessment. It can't happen. There won't ever be a rate of return positive for the city. So those things didn't exist before when that legislation was so new.
And we did bring on management of the PID in 2018, I believe, that somebody that's well-versed in management of the PID.
14 years after its
Yeah,
creation.
14 years, yeah. There was a lot of correction there. And there's also, my understanding is that there's going to be a clarifying presentation on some of the issues with the Hunter's Crossing PID sometime in the very near future.
In the budget, yes. So we had planned to bring the Hunter's Crossing Service and Assessment Plan, but the mayor had a meeting with some property owners in Hunter's Crossing and raised some questions. So I opted to take it off the agenda and put it in the budget discussion agenda. The Service and Assessment Plan is an annual plan that has to be adopted. That, we hadn't done that until, again, late, 2014. And then there's Hunter's Crossing has just been across, literally, to Bear. They've gone through a couple of assessment reviews. Like I said, property owners who thought they were going to be done, the reassessment was calculated, and now there's additional years on some residential property owners.
So I actually wanted I was going to ask, and I did talk to our city attorney about it in an executive summary because a lot of us don't know what the Hunters Crossing pit is or anything about the Hunters Crossing pit. And I think that it would be good if we were provided an executive summary from the attorney at that time on what actually happened from A to Z so that I can, figure out where the missing gap is. But I'd also like in that summary to understand why residents think that it was supposed to be done in 2028 and why it's now 2040, I think is what I was told. Also, where did the $25 million number come from that residents still owed after they thought they were already near paying it off? Like a lot of questions that need to be, and I can email you some of the stuff that I have, but because there's some specific things I'd like included to better connect the dots on that. Okay. And then the last question I have is one of the other concerns that were brought to me was the fact that Hunters Crossing, and I hate to keep using them, but that's the only example we have.
Sorry, Hunters Crossing.
Is that they're now paying maintenance fees in perpetuity when they thought that that was also going to end in 2028. So what's with this pit? What's the breakout? I didn't read it, and I think I read through pretty much that whole document. The breakout of capital improvement costs in the $37 million versus the maintenance costs, and does the maintenance cost end at 30 years too?
So that's going to be discussed every year at an annual service and assessment plan. So every year, the board that's made up of residents and city officials, I think by charter, I'm the chair of the Hunters Crossing Board. And so every year, staff looks through any needs, the board itself looks through any needs, and then they determine a cost, and then there's an assessment. It is not necessary for a PID to continue in perpetuity like that. It can end at some point. There is some, strangulation is the wrong word, but that's what it sure feels like, between the PID and the HOA in what should have been HOA responsibility and what is actual PID responsibility. And again, that goes back to the formation documents and who's on first. There's been some lawsuits that have happened back and forth, and so that's why I hit the pause to make sure that we're not recreating. We have some better protections in the legislation today, but still there was, questions, make sure every T is crossed. And if you'll send me those questions in email.
I'll send you those questions. And will you be serving on the board for this PID too? Or does a member of council serve?
There will be a member of council that serves on the PID board, and it's made up of property owners. In the beginning, it's going to be mostly the developer, and then as things transition out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, by the creation of the PID, the city manager was automatically the chairman of that. And the maintenance fees are part of the operation maintenance fees for the common areas there. And as the city manager said, there is an issue of whose responsibility that is. Is it the PID's responsibility? Is it HOA? Is it the city? And I think we'll get those questions answered and resolved here quite soon. Thank you so much for your questions. I appreciate that. Any further questions for the city manager or for the developer? Councilmember Fossler.
My question is for the developer, please. It's not exactly PID related, it's more development related. I went back to the previous council meetings in 21. I remembered when y'all were the new communities. I remembered when y'all were Viridian and now Valverde. So I was tracking it the whole time, but it's interesting to go back and watch those meetings with fresh eyes now. And one meeting, there were 19 residents that came out and spoke about Woodlands Drive and that connectivity there. And I'm wondering, I know it's not PID related, but what's the resolution there for? Is there connectivity at Woodlands, or is that an emergency through?
I'm not sure where we landed on that.
Okay.
That is the last phase of a 1,600 unit community, so that's probably 10 years out or so.
Okay.
But I think what we usually do in a situation like that is put up a crash gate. So it provides ingress and egress in emergencies, but it keeps traffic out from going back and forth.
Okay, we had a council member at that time say, I'm going to be watching you, and she's not here, so I guess it's me. I'm going to be watching.
If you're still here in 10 years, I don't know, I'll be here in 10 years.
Thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
That appears to be it. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I believe you have a citizen's comment.
On 11, I
On
do
10A.
not have a citizen comment on this yet. On item 10A?
Yes, sir.
I do not have a citizen comment in front of me. Yet. I've found one. Carlos Liriano.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Carlos Liriano. I own Lost Pines Toyota, and I live at 1208 Church Street. I've been listening to the comments. I am not opposed to the PID. PIDs have been used around Texas successfully in many places. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you as a victim of the Hunters Crossing PID that was established in 2003. And I say victim because I, like the rest of the residents in Hunters Crossing, have been dealing with this issue for a very long time. I came to Bastrop in 2011, and I opened Lost Pines Toyota. For the first 3 years, I leased my property, so I just paid a bill. 3 years later, I bought my property. So when I went to buy my property, after I'd been in operations for 3 years, I discovered that there was a PID. I didn't know what a PID was. So you have to understand that the PID assessment, the capital and the maintenance, is above all the city taxes and all the taxes that I pay, all the property taxes. This is above that. So I inquired about the PID, and they told me, and the council at that time and the PID board and what have you answered our questions. They put out answers to the questions. When does this PID end? The developer just mentioned that the PID is going to end in 30 years. Great. Our PID, as it was stated to us, was supposed to end in 2028. So I didn't like it. It was additional money, but I already had my business opened. So I wound up, okay, it'll end in 2028, I'll take my blows and I'll go on, okay? I got on the board of the PID to understand what the PID was spending their money on. In 1 year, my business was assessed $112,000 above the taxes that we pay in 1 year. So I got on the board. The only discussion that we had on the board was regarding the maintenance, because that's the only thing that we were told that we can control. The capital was going to end in 28. Why am I saying this to you tonight? Okay? It's important that you understand that if you agree to implement a PID, you as a council have a duty to oversee this PID. The PID board by law, has a duty to oversee the expenses that the developer presents and the maintenance that you're charging. You see, when I bought my property, none of that was done. It actually wasn't done until they took up the issue in 2018. You see, in 2018, a new developer bought the property. And the developer came to the city and said, oh, you owe us $25 million. At no time were any records kept or what was going on with the pit. They had never had a meeting. They had never had, the city manager is discussing that the duty is to have a meeting annually. Those were never done. When I bought my property, my initial fee was about $650,000. That's what it was stated. In 2018, my part of this facetious $25 million just came out of the sky, grew to $220-some thousand. I mean, $2.2 million. Where did it come from? So the city couldn't pay $25 million, so they made an arrangement with the developer so they could pay the developer. Well, how are we going to do that? The outcome was that the PID was extended. It was extended.
Mr. Leary, this is outside of the agenda item, and I'm well aware of what you're talking about, and we're going to address that. But you're past the time, and this is not on the agenda item. Thank you, sir.
I'll make it real quick. Yes, sir, you are a resident of Hunter's Crossing, and I believe that you are very familiar with this issue, but others are not, okay? I am a victim, and I am continuing to pay. To date, I have paid $1.2 million into this PID, and I have no end in sight. That's not fair. That's not fair to the residents. That's not fair to the business owners, okay? So my request to you is if you take on the responsibility to put something like this in place, you have to do your duty and put the safeguards in place that follow the law and follow the arrangements that you're making now, because residents and business owners could potentially be paying for that for an awful long time. I'm sorry I ran late. Thank you for your time. I look forward to working with the city to get good development in, whether it's a PID or not, but we have to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Madam City Manager, is that the last on this item?
I believe so, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We will move on. There's no action required to council on this. We'll move on to staff and board reports. 11A is receive an update on Mayfest Park repairs. Councilmember Meyer and Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, I believe you all submitted this item.
Yes, thank you. The reason we submitted this item was because during homecoming, so many citizens called and asked what's going on at the rodeo grounds. We had a big community meeting last year. We were all excited. We had a checklist of all the things to be done, and we were all fired up. And then comes rodeo time, and the questions arose, what happened? What did we do? And where'd the money go? So I spoke to Chairperson Deborah Moore and Jimmy Crouch, who work with that. So I would ask.
I think Deborah Jones.
Debbie Moore, I'm sorry, not you. Deborah Jones, please correct me. Deborah Jones. Thank you, Debbie. Deborah Jones and Jimmy Crouch, because they are, Commissioner Jones has done so much work, and so has Jimmy Crouch. So I would like to ask them to come to the podium so we can be proactive in this, say what needs to be done and how we're going to address it, just so the citizens understand.
Okay, so I'm Deborah Jones. Thank you, Mayor Nelson, for putting me on the Parks Board. Thank you, Carrie Fossler, for nominating me as chair when you resigned to move on and be put on council. We have a great board, a very active board. And so first, if it's all right with you, I'd like to kind of give you an overview of what we're doing. And it's been a process. The Parks Board is a new department in the city of Bastrop. And our liaison now It was Councilmember Crouch, which is why he's up here, because he knows a lot of details about what's going on. It's now Councilmember Lee. About a year ago, we received over 2,600 signatures to keep the rodeo arena and to address the maintenance. Now, this is something we had been working on for over a decade, so it wasn't like it just happened. And in that process, we received the support of council, we received the support of the city, we were given, I believe, $232,000 to address the maintenance. And there was a list, we had a consultant that came in, and there was a list that was produced. And unfortunately, at the time of we were hoping that most of those issues would have been addressed before our big homecoming, and a lot of them weren't. And I am going to say this. I contacted the city manager about what was happening, or what didn't happen, let me say it that way. It is the first time in 42 years that I have spoken to a city manager that knew exactly what went wrong and then gave us a remedy. First time. Usually nobody could ever figure out what happened. Nobody knew who did what, and there was no responsibility. So I'm going to say, let's move forward. And going forward, what's going to happen and what we're doing right now is the Parks Board's is creating a task force. And we are going to present the framework for that at the next meeting. Specific to Mayfest Park, there are people on that task force that are professionals, they're contractors, they're tradespeople. And I'll give you one example right now, was an installation in the announcer's booth that the city had bids on for between, I think, $6,700 to $9,000. Because of our task force and them working with our task force, that improvement to the announcer's booth cost $1,000. So what we're going to see with this task force over the next 12 months, which is typically the life of a task force, is that we're going to be having citizens, tradespeople, former council members, former current council members, former parks chairs, tasked with very specific items. Because one thing that the board agreed on, aside from the progress that we've made with the rec center and the sports fields, is that we are going to hit maintenance, because maintenance is not specific to Mayfest Park. It is throughout the park system. And I'm just, we haven't had a parks department, we haven't had accountability, and we haven't had money. So at our last meeting, we addressed some very specific funds that are available. We're pretty excited about it, that we're going to be able to use towards maintenance. We also are going to have Councilmember Lee is going to be presenting at the budget meeting on the 21st, 22nd, I'm not sure if it's both days or one of those 2 days, 4 specific items that we are going to ask for help with over and above our regular budget. So it's taken some time, but we have accountability, we have a budget, we have the means, we have a commission where each board member is taking on very specific tasks, whether it's the splash pad, the volleyball court, the basketball courts, the overall maintenance at Mayfest. There are people taking up very specific tasks, and these things are being addressed. They're going to be coming back. So instead of us talking every month about what needs to happen, we've gotten, with the help of the city manager, we've figured out money, we've figured out budget requests, we have maintenance. because now we do have a director and we have a parks board, we have oversight. And so, yes, some things went wrong, but I am here to say for the first time, we have been given a path forward and items are being addressed and they're going to happen, and they're happening with a partnership, not only from the board, but with the community. And it's going to save us money. It's going to make our dollars matter. It's going to have things done properly one time, and you're going to see some pretty big things happening with the parks in Bastrop, because we're not only just talking about maintenance, but there's also people that are specifically taking on tasks with acquisition, with trails, as well as proposals for future items such as par 3 courses. And if anyone that's been in Bastrop for very long is going to know about Gilbert Cervantes and his passion for golf. And, you know, that continues. Just as our passion for the rodeo arena, we actually made progress. We got funding, which now has gone into all the parks. We're looking at additional things, adding them to the recreation in Bastrop, and we're pretty excited about that. And also, we have specific people on the board who are taking on programming and wanting to work directly. Terry Moore is the director of the Recs, Parks and Recs department, and wanting to work with her. And also, the bridge park. We have maintenance, and now that's starting to come in. We've talked about this for so many years, but renovating the bridge and turning it into a park. And there's, not only are we talking about it, or we have talked about it, but we actually have a path, we have funding, and we have specific people on all these tasks. So I can say that even though it was a big disappointment that Mayfest had not been completed, I can almost assuredly say that it will be a gem next year for homecoming, and it will exceed the public's expectations.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't really have a whole lot to say after that. That's pretty good. I will say, though, that the whole thing started with the master parks plan. So we put a master parks plan together a couple of years ago, and then in that plan it showed the rodeo arena going away. And that struck a nerve with the rodeo people, and you really don't mess with the rodeo people, you know, after everybody found out. So I think one of the things that Deborah didn't mention, she listed everything almost that I was going to say except for the other events beside the rodeo that can happen up there, which was the Festival de la Cultura that happened this year, and there's could be some huge events up there. And not only the rodeo grounds, but the whole thing up there can be used in a lot better way and better maintained. Deborah didn't mention that all of the dirt out of the rodeo arena came out and got redone. She was very instrumental in getting all of that done. So I wanted to recognize you, and I know you don't like that, but I wanted to recognize you for getting that done and getting that piece of it done, because that's huge for animal safety, for contestant safety, and so that was a huge thing. And I know there's a lot of people in here, so I don't want to take a lot of time repeating what Deborah said, but it is good to get a task force. It is good to get all these things done. The city staff is overworked, underpaid, too many hours, and if we can use the volunteers that we've got to help with that piece of it and do the legwork of it, then you'll find you have plenty of volunteers to do that. So thank you for bringing up the item. And
believe it or not, I forgot one more thing that's huge. We have $300,000 to spend on trees. So anybody that has any idea about where trees need to go in parks, or, you know, believe me, we have a task force that's dealing with that. But we're pretty excited about that, and we're going to be trying to have a recommendation at the next parks meeting to get those trees planted this fall. So that's another thing that we were able to budget and find those funds. Anyway, so I think that's a pretty big deal. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
y'all's work. We really do.
One thing I just wanted to thank you also for, Ms. Jones, is the word community, because that's what we are about. We are about the community. We work together. It takes volunteers, so I will ask the citizens to please volunteer and help, because it's going to take all of us to see everything come together, but that's what it's about. That's what we do. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one person signed up to speak on this item. I'm assuming he's going to forego it. Mr. Crouch, do you still want to speak on this item? Just want to make sure I handled that piece of paper. Thank you, Councilmember Meyer, for the presentation and laying this item out. We will now move to citizen comments. I have 2 or 3 of them here. Madam City Secretary, do we have any additional citizen comments? I guess we'll figure this out real quick. No, these are specific. The first citizen comment is Shannon White. She was to speak in favor of, she's talking about our police department, and she wishes to speak in favor, but I'm unsure of what she's in favor of. The next citizen comment is Desiree Venable. If you'll approach the podium, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Desiree Venable. I'm on 120 Meadowood Drive here in Bastrop, and I am a candidate for state representative here in District 17. I just wanted to speak on an item today that I didn't originally see on the agenda and gave me a little panic attack. The decriminalization of marijuana charter amendment. I noticed last night it wasn't specified on the agenda today. I, however, did get to speak with our city attorney, Allen, earlier today. He let me know, even though it isn't specified, we will be speaking on it under item 14D, I believe. And I don't know if y'all have been out in the heat recently, but it's been a lot of 10-hour shifts in this 105 degrees collecting these signatures, so that's where that heart attack came from. I still wanted to come out and speak, even after hearing it would be on the agenda, just to say my approval and my piece one more time. This is super important, not just because of the positive impact it's going to have on our community, which I did go into detail the last time I spoke, so I won't dive deep again. But I wanted to say it's important too because of all the hard work that the community did, how they came together, as Cynthia just mentioned. That's what it's all about here in our small areas, is coming together. And the efforts that were put in were astounding, in my opinion. The efforts people put in to educate themselves, to educate their community members, to be out in the heat doing this, the organizations, the volunteers that we had, it was just beautiful to see people come together like that. Also, as I said last time, which I want to reiterate, we are a non-voting state, and I believe in our last presidential election, we only had about 66% of registered voters show up to the polls. That is not inclusive of the people who are not registered but are eligible. So it's tens of billions of people across the state that don't show up to these elections. And historically speaking, these direct democracy actions like this does increase voter turnout. So I think it's our job, our priority as activists and community leaders and community employees to increase our voter turnout and increase engagement however we can. So I am confident, as I said, because it historically has improved turnout. I'm confident it will improve turnout this election cycle, as well as continued interaction and improvement. I also want to say I'm really pleased about the media attention that this has brought to our city. I think it brings a great light onto our more rural areas and lets people know that we are willing to educate ourselves. We're willing to change. We're willing to progress out here, to not discount our rural areas, and also that nobody works harder than us country folks. I promise you that. We have a work ethic that is not seen elsewhere. Lastly, real quick, I want to say thank you again to the community members involved, but also thank you to our city employees and, of course, you guys on the board and council members here. I appreciate y'all having a plan set in action. Alan said we'll be discussing it again under 14D today, but he also said y'all will try to get a special session or special meeting put together for the 19th, which is the deadline to get the second reading done and approved to get it on the November ballot. So I know this puts more work on your plate and you're already, as somebody said, overworked, underpaid, but I appreciate y'all's willingness willingness to review and to move along with the process. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next citizen comments, Don Laux.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is my first time addressing this body. It's an honor to do so. I live in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of Bastrop, the city of Bastrop and Cedar Creek. I've been there 32 years. I want to address the council in general terms about tax abatements this evening. I served on the congressional staff as a county commissioner, as a fire commissioner. I am currently the deputy director of the Bastrop County emergency response team. And people want to be treated fairly. And they want it, especially by government, because of the power that government wields. And with regard to tax abatements, we have to really be careful on where we grant tax abatements and for what purpose. I'm pro-growth, I am pro-development, I'm pro-responsible growth, and pro-responsible development. I'll give you an example of what I thought was a bad example of a tax abatement. That was to the solar farms that were built in the Rosanke area. I don't know, over 100 acres was cleared of trees. The solar panels were put in. Now, what did that bring? Well, it bring intermittent power to the Texas grid and very few employees, and the abatement was more than generous by the county. What astounded me was to the Smithville School District did the same thing. If a business wants to make money, then they should be paying taxes accordingly. There is also, I understand, a business that's going to be applying for a tax abatement here, a fairly large business, but again, probably with few employees. It's a data company, as I understand, and it'll be using large amounts of water. And that's something that has to be taken into consideration. With developments for subdivisions, we had a very informative talk about public improvement districts. You have a lot more control over things like that than the county does. In my experience with the county as a commissioner, we have virtually no control, and I would like to see more enabling legislation passed by the state to give counties some control. I'll give you an example of an abuse. On a street where I live, a subdivision was platted about 6 or 7 years ago. The developers came in and asked that it be replatted, the back half of it, to smaller lots, and then they came back for a replat of the very back part to lots that contained 7 homes per acre. And they created a PID. Now, the county could have said no to the PID, but they granted it. We have to be very careful of that, make sure that citizens are represented properly in issues like this so they're not harmed by that. They want to be treated fairly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next person to speak on citizen comments is Linda Curtis.
Mayor, can I speak on 14D and skip citizen comments?
Certainly.
Excuse me, E.
I have you down. Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any more wishing to speak on citizen comments?
No, Mayor.
Thank you so much. We will move on to the consent agenda. Is there anybody at the dais that wishes to remove an item off the consent agenda?
13B, please.
Say that again.
13B.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to move anything off the consent agenda? I have a request to speak from David Renfro on one of these items, on item 13F on the consent agenda. Hold on, just say on the consent agenda, we normally don't take comment. Are you requesting to remove this off the consent agenda?
No, I'm requesting to speak on the topic.
Okay, so are you asking to remove it from the consent agenda so we can have you speak on the topic? Thank you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you'll read the consent agenda exclusive of items 13D and 13F.
The consent agenda.
Hold on, I'm sorry. That was 13 Bravo.
13 Bravo.
Yes.
Again. Exclusive of 13B Bravo and 13F Foxtrot.
The consent agenda reads as follows. Item 13A, consider an act to approve city council minutes from the July 23, 2024 regular meeting and the July 30th, 2024 budget workshop meeting. Item 13C, consider an act on resolution number R-2024-103 of the city of Bastrop, acknowledging the proposed tax rate, no new revenue tax rate, and voter approval tax rate for fiscal year 2024-2025, FY25, calling for a public hearing on September 10th, 2024, authorizing a public notice and providing an effective date. Item 13D, consider an act on resolution number R-2024-101 of the City of Bastrop, Texas, delaying action on the issuance of a series of combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation in an amount not to exceed $38 million and other matters related thereto. Item 13E, consideration and act on resolution number R-2024-104 of the City of Bastrop, Texas, entering into an agreement with Feed the Need for a meal distribution site located at the Farmers Market, addressed at 1302 Chestnut Street, beginning on Wednesday, September 4th, 2024, from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. This concludes the consent agenda.
Council, the city secretary has laid out the consent
Move
agenda.
to approve.
I have a motion from Councilmember Lee.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Fosler. Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll immediately take up item 13B, consider an act on Mayor Lyle Nelson's request to be the master of ceremonies for the November 7, 2024 Farm Street Opry. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, you had asked this to be removed off of the consent agenda. Yes, some
I have.
concerns, questions?
Motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny from Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
No.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler?
No.
Motion passes 3-2 with Council Members Lee and Councilmember Fosler opposing the motion. So y'all will not see me at the Farm Street Opry in November. Thank y'all so much. We'll move to item 13F, consider an act to approve the second reading of ordinance number 2024-21 of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending Appendix A fee schedule, Section A14-01-001, subdivision, public improvement inspections, establishing a repealing clause, providing severability, and providing an effective date. Mr. Rosales, can you lay this one out real quick so that we'll have some sort of indication of what we're doing before we open it up for public comment?
I was going to say I'll start while he makes his way, but he ran, so.
He's quick.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we're going to, last meeting we spoke about this item. It was to amend the fee ordinance to meet state law. Hang on just a second, let me pull up. My apologies. Yeah, amending the state law to meet House Bill 3492, which required us to amend our fees to comply with state law, that we may not consider the cost of constructing or improving the public infrastructure for subdivisions, lots, or related property. Staff did a fee exercise to determine our fees as it relates to the public improvement inspection fees. We broke it down cost by cost, what cost associated with in-city staff and our third parties, and we provided that fee in a, last time in a, I believe an Excel sheet that we put up on the screen. I do not have that ready, but I can pull that if we want to. Other than that, sir, is there anything else? Any
Does
questions?
anybody on council need to see the spreadsheet?
To talk about the overall percentage. So what the assistant city manager also needed to tell you is we
Sorry.
did do a comparison across comparable cities in our area to make sure we were on par. And secondly, to make sure that the increase from what we were going to, which was a percentage of construction, which had been the standard for a very long time, to now meeting state law, and that was about a 5% increase from where we were to where we are today.
I found my notes, yes. Sorry.
Any questions for Mr. Rosales or for our city manager? Seeing none indicated, we have a speaker request on this. David Renfro. State your name and address, please, sir.
My name is David Renfro. I live at 105 Travis Lane North in Bastrop. Thank you for allowing me to speak. With Andres kind of laying out what the House Bill 3492 is all about, I first want to say thank you to Sylvia and her staff on getting that produced faster than most municipalities in the state have done so far. My one request is the spirit of that legislation is to improve reasonably priced houses throughout the state. And so my request would be that the city consider adding a credit determination provision to the revised fee structure so that at the end of a project it can be assessed whether there was an overpayment. And if there was, that could be applied to future sections of project development. So that's my only request, is that we consider that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Because this is our second reading of this, and it's going to change the essence of the resolution, is that something that we need to table to have further discussion?
You're able to amend on second reading.
I understand.
Alan to double and triple check that. I wanted to ask Mr. Renfro a question before, just so the council, just for council application and my own applications. So typically our public improvement inspections are third-party inspectors. We have faced difficulty hiring an internal staff. And so it is normally a pass-through with a bit of overhead. So you don't necessarily want a refund, you want credit of any unused dollars to apply to your future.
That's correct.
Okay, and so we would do that via escrow or something like that, and we would prove up?
Correct.
I thought you were gonna ask for a refund.
No, no.
The accounting that it would take solely to do that.
No, not at all.
Thank you. So you don't see an issue with this and adding this to our second reading, Mr. Borges? That's adding this to the second reading.
Yes, and Mayor, with the city manager's statement's correct that you are allowed to make modifications on second reading.
Okay. Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, my question, hinged similarly to what you said. I mean, is that something that's administratively reasonable, I guess?
I'm just, at the point, I'm hoping we're not gonna haggle over, well, your inspector charged you 50 and mine should have charged you 30. So
No.
we have set, so long as we have a set estimate, I don't see an issue, especially that it would apply to future sections where an inspector's already made visit. That, it makes total sense.
Okay, then is that something that, I'm not sure how to frame that in a motion, so any suggestions? Does that work for you, Alan?
Yes, I think that suffices.
Okay. All right, then I will move to approve with the addition of language that would allow for a credit to be issued commensurate with any overpayment that could be applied toward future development.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Plunkett, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland. I have a question from Councilmember Lee.
Never mind, he clarified it in the motion.
Good. Thank you. Seeing no further questions indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously. We're going to move the agenda around a little bit. We're going to go ahead and move council to 14C, consider an act on resolution number R-2024-79, the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the City Council Rules of Procedure, Section 2.2, meetings shall be in compliance, Section 2.10, quorum, Section 3.2, modern format for agenda discussion, Section 3.5, discussion debate, Section 3.12, council may discipline its own members, Article 4, agenda order, Section 4.4, presentation, Section 4.7, citizen comments, and Section 5.3, rules governing citizen comments, establishing a repeating clause, and establishing an effective date. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We've discussed this item ad nauseum, but I am sure there are still items for consideration. So just for a brief background for you and the public, we did go through these in early 24, summer of 24. There were still some, 4 out of the 10 were agreed upon, 6 were not. These are the edits from the last council meeting, and I understand there are some council members who still have some concerns, so I will leave it to you to deal with the rest of council.
Councilmember Fosler.
I wanted to talk specifically about the Section 210. Eventually, I will make a motion to approve these, adding the addition of the following provision to Section 210. Three or more voting city council members shall not deliberate an item of city business outside of a properly posted city council meeting. So that's the one that we did not reach agreement on during the first reading. I want to bring that up for discussion. And also, Madam City Secretary, I would like for our minutes for tonight to reflect that the public comments were taken on this item on July 26th, and 19 people submitted comments or spoke in favor of adding this provision. 3 or more voting city council members shall not deliberate an item of city business outside of a properly posted meeting. Because if someone references this meeting minutes in the future, I want it to be clear that we had previous public comments that informed our vote tonight. And because those citizens likely will not come again to speak the same thing into the record. And then I want to address the full council because I'm not speaking to you in private about this. I would like to speak in public about this to hear your thoughts. This is the forum that we have to talk with each other, so I'd like to use this forum to talk about this issue. It's been 5 weeks since we first brought it up at the dais, and we've all had the benefit of time, research, and reflection. And also the Citizen Charter Review Committee discussed this at length for 2 meetings, and they refined language to give the citizens the most protection. So based on all this community dialogue the last 5 weeks, would like to hear what your thoughts are about this.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So just for clarification, item 2.10 deals with quorum, and it says 4 members of the council shall constitute a quorum. So what the proposal, just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding, we're not changing that language, we're adding language to that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And second point, we're saying council members. Can you restate what it was that you're adding, please, council member?
I had it as 3 or more voting city council members shall not deliberate an item of city business outside of a properly posted city council meeting.
So my issue, my only issue with that, as I've stated many times, I have no problem, never have, never would have a problem, not a problem now of talking outside, no secret meetings. However, I would ask you to amend that to just be council members because we need to include a mayoral position on that.
Anybody else have a comment on? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So I've also done a tremendous amount of reflection on this item. And So first of all, I'll start by saying that I guess I've come around to materially supporting this. But I do have some questions because they represent issues in it as proposed. The first thing is I strenuously agree with what Councilperson Meyer just said, that it needs to apply to all of us. The second thing is that we have these ad hoc subcommittees right now for, we just had the hot funds one, we have the sports complex, we have EDC, which currently has 2 members, but often has 3. And so, on these subcommittees where we've had 3 council members meeting, I'm not actually on any of those, but I guess I was thinking about some exceptions to it. One of them, for instance, is just a full-on mandatory exception, is that we need 3 council members to be able to call a special council meeting. And that's city business, and we can't exclude them from doing it, is one thing. But then the idea of not being able to deliberate city business unless they're placed on a board, commission, or subcommittee created by council. So it would be an intentional decision to do so, is what I was contemplating because of these other things, because we put 3 council members on subcommittees pretty frequently right now. And so this change would force us to undo the sports complex subcommittee and stop doing that. And if that's the decision of council, it is what it is, but I just wanted to point that out.
But then, is that not a public deliberation, the hot fund committee, or is that not public?
No, it's not. We had what would be characterized as a secret meeting here just yesterday with that group.
We'll have to remedy that.
So I guess what I would propose is that 3 members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business, and then with approved exceptions. So for instance, unless calling a special city council meeting, or depending on the decision here, serving on a board, commission, or subcommittee created by council. Something along those lines.
Councilmember Foster?
So we still have the 4 members of the council shall constitute a quorum to do business. So for calling a meeting, we wouldn't need to change anything there. And I was thinking that we would modify our attendance on the task force and take it down to 2, unless we especially need, do y'all think we need the 3 of us on there? Is that, which?
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Foster. Yeah, I do, and only because from experience, because we all have jobs, and many times it's really hard for 3 of us to be able to attend. Sometimes maybe just 1 of us is, so I think 3 is critical to continue on our committees or task force or whatever, just because we're busy people, and the odds of someone may not attending is pretty likely.
If I may offer, regular boards and commissions, there would probably not be a need for 2 sitting council members to be on a board or commission. Mm-hmm. Relative to a special task force, it'd be real easy for us to post that as an open meeting. There would be no reason for those meetings to be held in secret. To post them, that would take care of that. I don't think they're held in secret, but just a simple posting would resolve that issue.
No, Mayor.
Explain to me why.
So in the task force meeting, for example, we are meeting, the BEDC board approved the use of a consultant to help us work through a feasibility study. In that feasibility study, she was interviewing specific firms who would be engaged in doing that work. In that discussion, we talked about qualifications and we talked about price. And so those are not things that we would normally share. Now, if you're asking that every task force have an agenda created and an executive session item added to every agenda, then that's the path we have to take. But that's where we are.
Only those task force that have 3 council members on is what I'm referencing, not every one. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So Again, most cities that I spoke with, they have 3 as constituting a walking quorum. So, and I'm sure they have ad hoc committees and subcommittees. So I'd like to ask Alan what we can put in place to ensure that the ad hoc committees aren't part of the walking quorum issue.
Sure, Councilmember Lee, council members, Mayor. The walking quorum, again, is a casual term. It's not a defined term of art, but it refers to daisy chains, conversations that take place among members of governing bodies about public business outside of a meeting that adds up to a quorum or more. That's what that is. So technically, under the law, as long as you keep the number of city council members under a quorum, there's no walking quorum violation.
Which would be the 3, which would be 3 in terms of our committee, ad hoc committees, based on the current language that says 4.
Based on the current language in the charter, based on the current rules of procedure, as long as the ad hoc committee only had 3 city council members on it, that would not involve a walking quorum at that meeting.
Under the current
Yes.
Correct,
rules
sir.
of procedure.
But how is that impacted by Councilmember Fossler's proposed change, who she's proposing that a quorum be 3?
If the council were to approve Councilmember Fossler's proposal, then 3 council members could not be part of or attend those ad hoc task force or advisory board meetings without having first posted an agenda and met the other aspects of the Open Meetings Act.
Councilmember Meyer.
Councilmember Fossler, would you be receptive to amending your version to address 2.10 on the quorum, to stating it as Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland did, just so we don't have to post, as you were at the meeting yesterday, you can see there's some sensitive information that we really can't put out in the public, so it can't be an open meeting. And without having to go to executive session every time and be this back and forth, would you be willing to amend your suggestion to what Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland has suggested?
Perhaps. I'm just wondering if the 3 council members on the regional sports complex what are we calling it? Task force are essential. Like, I would be willing to step out of that. I'm trying to remember which other ones have.
The hot,
And has that dissolved? Has that finished its?
we're done, yes.
You're done, so there's no more? And so for future ones, we can just have 2? I think 2 is fine to participate and represent council. I don't know, how do y'all feel about that?
That's my concern.
Yeah.
And really, I think this is just in the schematics. This is not that I don't agree with, because I really do agree with what you're saying. But I just, for the state of us all working, I have experienced being on task force and subcommittees that it's very rare that all 3 of us are there. So I think it's imperative you have 2. So having 3 will make it possible to have good representation.
Councilmember Fossler.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you please restate your language again?
Yeah, sure. 3 members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business unless they're placed on a board, commission, or subcommittee created by council or calling a special city council meeting. And I would also grant that we might be able to strike board or commission, but the subcommittee is really the thing that I was calling out. I believe that having the most number of people that we can without violating an actual quorum produces a better outcome for things like task forces and the brainstorming activities.
It's your mic.
I hope that citizens can comment on that, now that we are, I'd like to hear citizen comment on that.
I do have some comments. I want to
Okay.
make sure the council gets their comments and questions through there. We will open it up to the citizens' comments who have signed up to speak on this item. We have Carrie Kaler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carrie Kaler. I live at 1408 Wilson Street. I thank you all for your time this evening. I think if a task force is important enough to warrant 3 members of council, it's important enough to be posted as an agenda. So I hope that you will just simply take the step to post that as an agenda item, or post the agenda for public. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next citizen scheduled to speak is Ann Grossman. Ms. Grossman, you've signed up for both C and D. Which one would you prefer to speak on? Ms. Grossman is not here. She is opposed to 14C, is what it says. Next person is Carl Grossman, has to speak on multiple. Again, is opposed to 14C. And that is it. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have another question for our city attorney. So if there is a ad hoc committee discussion that requires some level of privacy, and that's not the word I'm looking for, but that's the word that came out, do we need to have a city attorney present or any attorney present to have that executive session discussion?
If a group is following the Open Meetings Act, there's an exception to go behind closed doors for consultation with attorney, and the attorney would need to be present or on the telephone. If you're not strictly complying with the Open Meetings Act, but you have other sensitive items, you do not have to have a lawyer there to justify excluding the public. That's just a resource, it's just an option. Having a lawyer in the room does not necessarily make something confidential if the subject matter you're discussing is not about the rendition of legal services, legal opinions, legal advocacy. I don't know that you always need to have a lawyer there. There may be alternate ways to communicate that sensitive information, but I can't really address a hypothetical.
Okay. So I'm in agreement with Carrie, I think, if she's still on board with that. 2, I don't think a committee requires 3 council members. Remember, we're a council body of 5. You're still looking at what I consider to be a walking quorum with 3 people on an ad hoc committee. And if there are ways, if there is information that needs to be discussed behind closed doors, as I with confidence would expect the city manager and the committee to run that by Alan before, that decision is made. It's not a lot of energy and effort to, adjourn the meeting for an executive session and go behind a door and have a discussion about private information. But I mean, we're stuck in the same situation where, yes, 3 we consider, or I consider, and many people in the audience and online and in the community consider 3 council members having a discussion to be a walking quorum. So I think the motion is amendable, or your recommendation is amendable to include a posting, and then any sensitive information would be discussed behind closed doors in an executive session with 2 council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Councilmember Foster, I promise you, I'm not going to continue to ask you questions, but I just want to explain my position and the reason I continue to ask this. The 3 of us yesterday experienced a great example. Councilmember Lee was on the task force for hot funds. We did have sensitive information on that. It's quite often we have sensitive information. It's certainly not to hide any information, and I think if we agree of your statement of outside of the meeting, it's totally acceptable. I really agree with you, and I really want to get this passed for you. I really do. And I don't want us to get caught up on this 3 in a subcommittee, because a subcommittee, our subcommittee of BEDC has 3 of their members also on ours. Now, they have 7 members, so that's not the question. I just really want representation As Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland said, this is not to be secret. It is not to do any kind of dealings like that, but it is to deal with information that doesn't need to really be out there a lot of times through an open meeting. So I'm trying to help you.
For clarification, EDC only has 2 council members on it, so. No, I'm talking about EDC in and of itself.
No, she was mentioning the task force has 3 EDC members on it as well.
I'm saying our EDC only has 2 council members. I
Oh,
wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Fossler.
Okay, so I just want to put priorities. So we could either value 3 council members' schedules and availability, thinking that they may not all be able to make the meeting over the optics of compromising a walking quorum. Like, I still value abiding by this more than I know we're busy and I know we can't all attend the things, and I don't think, even if there's 2 of us, there's not always expectation that everybody makes it because things come up. And I think just having one body there is preferable to me than amending the wording on this. I still value the wording, the integrity of the wording more than our availability.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying. I guess for me, it's not about schedules or anything like that. It's about diversity of opinion, and it's about trying to get the best outcome for our citizens. And in my opinion, the way you do that is when one thing that a task force allows you to do is to casually discuss things, just like when we go to executive session. It's interesting, isn't it, how different the conversation is in there and how much more we're able to, work on problems. The point of a task force is to work on a problem rather than, to sit up. No? Okay, that's, I believe I had the floor. So, again, I believe that's what a task force is for, to work out problems, to work out issues. If you're not willing to compromise on that, then that's fine. We can take a vote and, this is democracy.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you so much. So I still don't think it requires 3 people to have a healthy discussion. And I think the other thing we have to remember is that with these ad hoc committees, it comes back to council anyway. The ad hoc committees will discuss whatever they're going to discuss, and a report will be given to council or a presentation will be given to council, and then council will end up having the final discussion publicly. So we will be able to talk to each other about each other's points of view and opinions on whatever the subject matter was in the ad hoc committee. I don't think it requires 3 people to do that, and I'm in agreement with Carrie. Even if one person from council is there, we're being represented. And I think even in serving on an ad hoc committee, we as a council member, at least I do, more want to hear the opinion of the other people on the committee. So that I can take that information and bring it back to the city manager, the city attorney, or council. So it's more about the other people serving on the committee than me serving on the committee.
Councilmember Fossler.
I was going to say something similar in that the diversity of opinions in a task force can also be achieved by having a different citizen who's interested in that or has expertise on that task force. I don't think it needs to be us necessarily. I don't think there's anything special about 3 of us if it comes back to us anyway. I think the diversity can still be achieved is what I'm saying.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So in order to cut me off, I'm going to call the question. Because I think we've discussed this enough.
There's not been a motion made
Okay,
yet, so there's
sorry.
no question to call.
I would-
And-
okay.
And we're
Do we not have a motion?
attempting to remedy a problem that did
you
not
not make a
exist prior to 2022.
Right.
But obviously, we need to address this issue because the Charter Review Commission also wanted to address this issue.
Right.
So with that, Councilmember Meyer, you have additional
Sure.
comments?
So just one more time, would you clarify, please, Councilmember Foster, what it is you are changing on 2.10?
I would add the addition of the following provision to Section 210. 3 or more city council members shall not deliberate an item of city business outside of a properly posted city council meeting. So I removed the word voting before city council. So that is my amended.
That is your motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Fossler.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Lee. Does anybody need any clarification on what this motion is? I think she laid it out quite nicely. Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
No.
Councilmember Plunkett?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
No.
There you go. Motion fails. Motion fails with dissenting votes from Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, Councilmember Plunkett, and Councilmember Meyer. Thank you, council. We will move on to, again, moving things around the agenda. We're going to take up.
Mayor?
Yes.
We can file additional motions on an item of business, and I think that we'd like to file additional motions on this to approve the meeting, the rules of procedure.
You're correct. We need to go ahead and take up the remainder of 14C. Do we need any further presentation?
I don't think we need further presentation, but I would like to amend 2.10, the section on the quorum, with 3 members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business unless A, they are placed on a subcommittee created by council, or B, they are calling a city council meeting. Oh, and I would be willing, I noticed you said 3 or more. I wasn't trying to indicate it should only be 3, but that was the. So I'll amend my own motion to 3 or more members of council should not meet to deliberate city business unless A, they're placed on a subcommittee created by council, or B, they're calling a city council meeting. And that B is really important to me because otherwise, I mean, that's an element of city business. And if we say that 3 people can call a meeting, they have to be able to talk to each other about calling the meeting.
Well, in actuality, that's done in writing to the city manager, not so much a discussion.
It would be hard to know what to write if you didn't talk.
I understand. I'm just clarifying what he had said. So would you restate your motion again, please, sir?
Yes, so I motion that we amend 2.10, the quorum, to add the following in addition to what's already there. So this is an addition, not a change to it. 3 or more members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business unless A, they're placed on a subcommittee created by council, or B, they're calling a city council meeting.
Council Mayor Pro Tem has laid out his motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Meyer. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Are we taking up exclusively 210, or is this a time to also amend the motion for the rest of the item? And I can go either way.
We're taking up section 2.10 right now.
Okay.
To provide the clarity, we need to take up the rest of the rules of procedure.
Great, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you state your motion one more time?
Yes. 3 or more members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business unless A, they're placed on a subcommittee created by council, or B, they're calling a city council meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? I see two lights on. Seeing no further discussion, Madam City Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to I will entertain a motion on the resolution number R-2024-79 with the change that has been presented in section 2.10.
So I motion to approve this, the rules of procedure with two exceptions. One is the addition that we made in section 2.10, but also there is an erroneous struck out word in 4.4 presentations that when we discussed 4.4 in the past, you see it up on this on the thing there. It says it was removed, but there is a latent word change, and so my motion would include reverting that back to the original language.
What word was stricken, sir?
The red words where it says presentations may or will, it has been changed from may to will, and we removed the changes to 4.4, and this one remained somehow. So I was just pointing that out so we could clean it up according to our prior discussion.
Duly noted. Council, did y'all catch that change?
Second.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, and I have a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We will move on to, I'm going to move 14D up also. Consider an act to approve the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee and any additional requests by council and the Office of the Secretary. Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, you've been provided the final report from the Charter Review Commission summarizing their deliberations and decisions over 2 days. They got a lot of great work done in a very short amount of time. We are fortunate to have Chairman David Bragg here as a resource if you need to call upon him, but he has not been asked to prepare a presentation. We have a draft ordinance calling a special election for November of 2024 to amend the charter. You've been provided with a draft of that. It is my recommendation that you read the caption of that ordinance tonight, having first reading of that, and then we can discuss it, and there may be additional changes if council's going to bring forth any more items. We anticipate having a special meeting just on election-related issues prior to the 19th deadline for calling the election, so we can address that then. Separately, you were sent an ordinance on another charter amendment that did not come from the Charter Review Commission, but instead is the result of a citizen petition. One of the speakers spoke earlier about it here tonight. It's also my recommendation that you have first reading of that ordinance so that we can get the process started, as the Office of the City Secretary found that the petition was valid and met the requirements under our charter.
Council, the city attorney has laid this out. I'm trying to find the resolution there, Mr. City Attorney. Was that the one that came out in your email earlier today?
Yes, it came out yesterday. It was not in the packet in part because we were waiting to finalize the commission's report before we produced the election ordinance. And we also were working with the county who will be administering the election, getting some last minute data from them regarding polling places, et cetera. But you were emailed a copy of that ordinance. If if you need me to assist with the reading of the caption, I certainly can do that.
I would appreciate it because I cannot find where it was sent. And I would.
This is an ordinance calling a special election to amend the Home Rule Charter, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, calling for and establishing the procedures for a November 5, 2024 special election for the purpose of amending the Home Rule Charter, providing for severability, providing for a repealing clause, providing for the proper meeting notice, and establishing the effective date. That is the general ordinance.
Thank you. Council, the city attorney has laid out the recommendation of what we need to act upon. We do have some people. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lee, you have a comment, question?
I have a comment. So we're discussing the charter amendments, correct? Recommendations from the
Charter Commission.
From the Charter Commission.
Correct.
So I'm good with the recommendations. The only concern that I have is the one regarding allowing the city manager to live outside of the city limits. The wording on that one is to remove the requirement, and I just want to think about what that means. If we hire a city manager and the city manager lives in Dallas, they can live in Dallas, because we're not putting any type of restrictions, or the way that it's written doesn't put any type of restrictions on where the city manager could live. So I think that we, as a council, should consider what that looks like. The statutory ETJ, what comes to mind for me, within the 1 mile, I think we need to add a stipulation in there, keeping in mind that legislation is being pushed around to try to remove the ETJ, and then we would have a city manager living outside of the county. Another concern that I have with that is that that city manager would not be paying city property taxes, wouldn't even be able to vote. So I just think that we need to put some type of restrictions on the language. It's going to be on there, and the city manager actually asked us to make sure we put it on the ballot, right? So it's going to be on the ballot, but I think we need to restrict it to where they can live and not live, and not just leave it wide open.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Meyer?
Thank you. So, city manager, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you're the only city manager in the room, so I'm going to ask your opinion on this. Because, and I respect the Charter Commission greatly, because y'all did some great work, and I was at both meetings, so I understand the thought process. Originally, I had thought city limits or 1 mile ETJ, or the ETJ. Commission came up with the recommendation, and the thought process was to let council, when they worked on the contract with the city manager, determine that. I believe I'm correct. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I would just like to hear your opinion on this.
So just for the record, I live less than 1,000 miles from the city limit line right now. I live in a development that has a development agreement that will be annexed.
You don't mean 1,000 miles, do you?
1,000 feet.
Thank
1,000 feet, sorry. 1,000 feet. Sorry, not miles. 1,000 feet from the city limit
That's less than
line.
1,000 miles, too.
Yes,
Yeah.
1,000 feet. Yes. I live in a development that has a development agreement for future annexation. I live in a development that is served in some instances by city services. And so my consideration for why city managers have to live in the city limits is exactly as prior mayor stated during the discussion. We do get to be humanized. Folks get to see us walking our dog, et cetera, et cetera. The housing market in Central Texas and in a lot of Texas cities, because of the growth in Texas, is very, very restrictive. Couple that with some affordability issues and/or city managers who often have to move quite a bit. We have longevity of 3 to 5 years. That is the national standard. And so in times of housing slumps, by the time we get rid of one house into another, That being said, the language of the ETJ, the only reason the ETJ was removed is because the statute is changing as it relates to ETJ and people being able to remove themselves from the ETJ. I believe if you put a 1 mile, limit, that is more than sufficient. That opens up lots of areas of the city. And again, as the city annexes those areas, that 1 mile extends even further.
Thank you. Council, we've looked at this ourselves. We are now going to look and take comments from people who have signed up to speak on this. And our first one is the illustrious chairman of the Charter Review Commission, Mr. Bragg.
Thank you, Mayor Nelson, members of the council. I had a whole big speech prepared here that I'm not going to give, but I do want to return to the quorum issue. That's one that we had an 11-2 vote by the members of the commission dealing with whether they would have a quorum of 3 or 4. The conclusion we came to was that you would have a quorum of 4 to conduct business, but a quorum of 3 for public information purposes. And that was a strongly held feeling by the commission. The suggestion about a subcommittee, thinking deviously, if I'm one of 3 members of the council and I choose to conduct things secretly and I've got 2 others who agree, you can form a subcommittee on any sensitive issue and discuss it at heart's length without having to ever have a public meeting. I don't think that fixes the issue. I think instead it makes it easy to circumvent the intent to have public discussion of public issues. Having said that, though, I do want to commend the mayor and the council for the commission that was created. The 13 people on there brought to the commission an amazing amount of experience. 2 former mayors, 2 former council people, members of the commission who've been on most every board and commission there is in Bastrop. And I think because of that and the excellent assistance we got from the city attorney, we were able to do 19 proposed amendments in 5 hours. And that was very gratifying. I'll close by saying I think the best thing I ever did for the city of Bastrop was to support the hiring of the city attorney that you have now. And thankfully, we had him for the commission. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, if there are any.
Does anybody have any questions for the chairman? Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So I just want clarification, please, because Mr. Bragg, what you just stated is not the last rendition that we got from the city attorney, right, Alan? Because I've got it as stating the charter be amended to specify that 3 voting members of the council shall constitute a quorum for purposes of compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. So that doesn't state the 4.
I can clarify that for you. We left in the sentence in the charter that follows that, which says that 4 are required to conduct business.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's correct. And other people have pointed that out too. What was in the version of the ordinance you received merely focused on the change. But I understand that when others who are not involved in the process see that out of context, it may not make sense. So fully what the Charter Review Commission recommended is that the quorum stays the same as 4. So you must have at least 4 members to have a city council meeting. But for purposes of generally complying with the Open Meetings Act in other regards, 3 shall be counted as a quorum.
Did that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Alan, did you make mention of the recommendation that was placed in there outside of the Charter Review Commission?
I don't know which one, to which you're referring.
The recall petition.
I did not make mention of
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's in the staff report.
Yes. So I wanted to make the council aware, Irma Parker, our interim city secretary, came into a whirlwind of information, let's just put it that way. In a space where there are no clear rules, regulations, things are bouncing back and forth. And so in an effort to bring some structure to that, she made some recommendations that are included in your staff report that are outside of what the Charter Commission saw or even recommended. We just wanted to bring those to your attention. They are not uber urgent for you to vote on. They're not uber urgent for you to remand back. They can be considered at the next charter revision, but we did want to bring those to your attention, that there is a better way, a clearer way that those things can be stated in city charters.
So are you asking if that's going to be, if we're going to include that in our motion, or you prefer to be included in our motion? The last word I got was that it did not have the urgency of
It does
these
not have the
others.
urgency, no.
Okay. Thank you. There was also in the agenda packet, was also referenced any additional requests by council. Does council have some additional charter amendments that they would like to discuss at this point in time? Seeing none, I have Councilmember Meyer.
Just on the Proposition 1, on the charter suggestions, the language, and this is just my notes, I'm not reading off of the version, but confirm, it says council will confirm. I feel it would be better to say confirm or deny, or possibly put language such as council would consider the appointment to confirm. But just saying confirm makes it, to me, it sounds like that's a direction that we're given.
So you're suggesting that change in the language?
Yes, change in the language to state and consider the appointment to confirm. That would be sufficient.
L?
Okay.
No, Proposition 1.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
I'm trying to find,
Colin, if you'll bring that up, I just shot it to you in Teams. Would the rest of council like the final report for easy reference?
If you're looking at the draft ordinance, it's Proposition J.
okay.
Councilmember Meyer, is your intention, rather than say consider, to say approve or reject, or approve or deny?
That would be fine too, Alan. Just either say confirm or deny, or say and consider the appointment to confirm.
What about consider confirmation of the mayor's appointment of?
That would be fine too. Whatever. I just don't want the only word to be confirm. That's my goal.
Your language again, Mayor Pro Tem?
Change the word confirm to consider confirmation of.
Councilmember Meyer, does that?
Yes, that's fine.
Councilmember Fossler.
Just offering some other language in the final report from the Charter Committee, the language is subject to council's confirmation. Does that accomplish the same thing, and then it's the same? Doesn't matter.
Repeat that, please.
Subject to council's confirmation. Right. I know, but I'm saying take that language to certain boards in the council. Oh, to certain boards, subject to council's. We'll stay with the original. I think it's clear.
Consider confirmation.
Consider confirmation of the mayor's appointment.
Any other, Councilmember Meyer?
No, I think that's all I have down. Thank you.
Okay, council, you have all of these items before you. Right now, I am sorry, I have additional citizen comments before we move forward. Jimmy Crouch.
I'll pull my comment, Mayor, because between item 210 and the last item, Mr. Bragg, you stole my comment.
Thank you. Debbie Moore.
Mayor, Council, I'm Debbie Moore, 1306 Church Street in Bastrop, and I was honored to be a member of the Charter Review Commission, and I completely agree with our honored chair. I agree with all of his comments. It was a hard-working group. We met for 3.5 hours the first day, and I told my office I'd be gone for an hour. But anyway, I want to speak to you specifically on the 2-quorum issue. There seems to be a lot of confusion about this, but I was also let me back up. The first group that crafted the original charter and the second Charter Review Commission, of which I was a member, had the four members be a quorum in order to gavel a meeting into order. That was that quorum. We, I guess, wrongly assumed that the spirit of the open meetings law would be considered that 3 of 5 is a quorum. But as of May of 2022, this chamber did not agree with that, and they felt that 3 was a quorum. And it was okay to talk about city business outside of a posted meeting. We had a lot of discussion about this at the Charter Review Commission, and it was strongly held, as Chairman Bragg said. And this body here required that a supermajority, 3/4 of the 13 people, had to vote for something in order for it to pass. We had 11 of 13 who voted for the 2-quorum issue. 4 to gavel a meeting into order, and then 3 of the 5 voting members of this body constitute a quorum. And going back to the previous discussion, I don't think it's absolutely necessary to have 3 members of the council, because as Councilman Lee said, it comes back to y'all for approval anyway. The people you appointed to the commission voted overwhelmingly for what you're considering tonight. And I want you to consider that. The people that sent you here to sit on this dais have spoken. They spoke to us. I know they've called y'all. And the gentleman's agreement, as it's been drafted, was considered and supported until May of 2022. And it makes me sad that it has changed. And you sit on this dais to represent the people who elected you, not to further a personal agenda. And I can see no reason to not go with the 2-quorum issue unless it's to further a personal agenda. I urge you to vote for the 2-quorum issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person scheduled to speak on this item is Carrie Kaler. She is not here. She wishes to register her support for 14D, specifically Proposition M. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So we have Proposition F and Proposition G, which says, shall the charter be amended to conform with state law requiring petitions calling for initiative referendum elections to comply with the Texas election code, and same thing for G for recall elections. Mr. City Attorney, the information that went into the body and the information I'd say that we kind of understood as well is that petitions cannot be modified once they are submitted, but we have kind of learned differently in the last, I don't know, week or so. And so I'm suspecting we should strike both of those because they were based off of information that is different now. Do you,
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, this was discussed in 2022 before that particular city council. It was discussed again before the Charter Review Commission. I'm still going to recommend that we strike that language and simplify our charter and just defer to the election code, because what allows us to amend a petition, supplement a petition after filing, is the combination of the election code and our charter. Those two things will always need to be read jointly together, and the election code is subject to change. And so I think this is a cleaner thing to do. I don't know that, I see your point. I think that you're still allowed to do that if this language goes forward.
how, still allowed to do what if this language goes forward? I'm not following.
Let's see. Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. I was looking at the first one, not the second one. So the issue, council, is that state law under the Texas Election Code says that a petition that once filed is not allowed to be supplemented unless that's allowed by other law. And normally there's no other law that allows a petition to be supplemented. When you look at our specific provision regarding recall elections, it says if a petition is found to be insufficient, upon being given notice of that insufficiency, the petitioners have 10 days to supplement or turn in a supplementary petition that cures the defect. And so I think specifically, Mayor Pro Tem, are you talking about just proposition on the recall election, amending 1008 and recommending that that stay? Or are you also talking about the provision above?
Wouldn't it be the same for both? Yeah, I mean, 1004 and
referendum?
1008 both say that maybe amended or supplemented, or sorry, maybe amended at any time within 10 days after notice of insufficiency. So it's the same in both cases, and I think the same law applies. And, you know, when one is given the instruction that the current code or the current charter language is not in compliance with state law, then it makes sense to change it. But I think that we have just, recently learned, even since the Charter Review Committee finished their work, that it is compliant with state law. So I'm suggesting that we not change. And by the way, it's G and H in the packet, but I think it's F and G in the model ordinance. Yeah, 1004 and 1008.
Sure. G and H in the committee's final report.
Yeah.
So, Mr. City Attorney, what has been provided to us subsequent to the Charter Review Commission meeting and adopting both of these by a 12-0 vote that would even prompt us to consider changing?
What we have found in reviewing the recall petition that's pending before the city is no case law, AG opinion, ruling by the Secretary of State's office, really just the opinion of lawyers that have looked at this matter, that the Bastrop Charter is other law, which under the Texas Election Code, other law can allow the supplementation of a petition. So while the default is that petitions cannot be supplemented once filed, our charter, as it's currently worded, allows for petitions to be supplemented. And so that's a ruling that my office has made since this recall petition has been filed as has outside counsel. That's what's new. And yes, sir, that has all occurred since the review commission, Charter Review Committee finished its work.
And we do not endanger the city of being out of compliance with the Texas Election Code by doing so,
No,
in your opinion?
no. Now that I understand what the Mayor Pro Tem was asking, I agree. If you want to keep the ability to amend petitions after they've been filed, then we no longer need to have those two propositions.
Thank you, sir.
Certainly.
Councilmember Meyer.
I'm so sorry. My light stays on all the time.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Trying to find the right letter here. Okay, yeah, we got that one. Okay, so this next one's the big one. And it does have to do with the quorum discussion. As I said earlier, I have come to the position of wanting to not allow a majority of council to meet outside of a posted meeting. So I'm not trying to go back on that, but I'm instead suggesting that I also very strongly believe that having 3 council members able to contribute to things like legislative topics and discuss things produces a better outcome for the city. And so the way to make that not a voting block is to increase the number of council members to 6 council members. And I know that was one of the items that was considered by the group, and it didn't even pass by a majority. I think it was 7-6 or something like that. But it would seem to me that that would also resolve the quorum issue while still allowing us to have things like subcommittees and groups that meet to do city, to talk about city business. You can't vote on or execute city business because that's not a posted meeting. And it would be fully in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, both the spirit and the written text, and you would not have a voting block of council members meeting outside of a meeting. It seems like the solution that gives everybody the greatest flexibility. It fully takes care of the objection to a voting block meeting outside of a meeting because they would no longer be a voting block. And like I said, you won me over on that point. And so I'm just trying to find a way that honors that completely, while still allowing for what I perceive to be having a greater diversity of discussion in minds and people contributing to I don't know, the legislative things when you're early in the cycle, when you're making the sausage and it's the really disgusting part, and you want to ask the questions about, you want to ask the stupid questions, you want to ask the questions about, what are the boundary conditions and how does this fail, and it's things that you'd like to be able to ask without other people necessarily hearing it, because the question doesn't represent how you feel about the topic. It doesn't represent your position on the topic. It's your creative thinking to try to figure out, what are the boundaries and how does it work? And it's also how I ask questions. I come up with the ridiculous examples, but then I've had some of those ridiculous examples thrown back in my face, a year later. And it just, I want to find a way to fix the real issue here, which is a voting block meeting outside of a meeting, while still allowing a slightly larger number of people to participate in discussions and meetings and activities, because this would absolutely, in the charter, forbid a subcommittee of 3. And I'm suggesting a subcommittee of 3 is a better subcommittee. And so let's take steps to make that allowable by increasing the size of council by one person.
It sounds to me it's more like we're trying to circumvent a problem that was not existing prior to 2022. And increasing the number of members on council to an even number creates a real issue in and of itself because of the even number. Why do we want to bring about something that does not allow for optimum citizen participation and allows for three people to get together and discuss forever issues, especially three voting members, issues that impact our city as a whole?
So I don't see it as causing a problem with having an even count, because the mayor would still break ties. And so because you have a tie-breaking mayor, you would never have a situation where you'd end up in a tie. Even if someone was absent, if two people are absent, you know, every permutation of having a non-voting chair resolves the even odd concern. The other item is, as I've mentioned, I believe that you get stronger legislation and you get stronger output from the group if you can have a larger group rather than a smaller group working on the discussion. But as I mentioned, making sure that that's not a voting block is important and is a relevant, important discussion. And so that's why I'm suggesting that would solve that.
I still believe it circumvents. Also, it circumvents the hard work that the Charter Review Commission undertook. And although that was a 7-6 vote, the requirements, the voting requirements that y'all placed onto the Charter Review Commission required 75% vote. And it didn't achieve that 75% vote either way.
No, I think I might have misspoken. I think it was 6-7. And it didn't pass even on a simple majority. Like it didn't pass at all. Nor did it pass the 75% mark. I didn't mean, I misspoke earlier.
In this case, a simple majority is not even applicable. It required a supermajority. It got nowhere close to a supermajority.
Right, I agree.
The fact is that we had, as the chairman pointed out, a tremendous amount of discussion with a very diverse group of well-learned people who have provided these recommendations, and certainly council is the final arbiter on this, but we need to take into consideration the desires of this citizen committee, and they did not deem that as important in this process. They did, by 11-2 vote, deemed the quorum issue and the quorum question extraordinarily important. And the discussion that they had during that, as you can review the minutes, was a great discussion, encountering all sorts of viewpoints on it. And the discussion went so well that one of the previous naysayers changed their vote to give it that 11-2 count. Councilmember Meyer.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, I want to ask you, with that, earlier you made a motion on the rules of procedure that addresses this. Because I have spoken to some of the committee members on the charter, and I brought up the point about subcommittees or task force and wasn't brought up or considered. So my question to you is, would you be in favor of the same language that you made a motion on earlier on the rules of procedure?
So I apologize, but I have realized there's a defect in my language from earlier, and we're going to have to reconsider that item. So only because of that, my answer is no. Because it basically says that 3 or more members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business, period. Yeah. I left out the outside of an open meeting or called meeting or something like that. So anyway, So now now that these have been passed, our rules of procedure, we're now breaking them by having a meeting. So we should fix that. And we're still in the same meeting, so we can do that.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't understand why we keep repeating this conversation, because the purpose of having a council meeting is to have a discussion on the dais publicly, because people want to hear what we have to say. I'm so confused and don't understand why we keep beating this horse of we're saying we're not meeting in 3, but then we're saying, no, I think we need to meet in 3. Are we meeting in 3 or are we not meeting in 3? It's obvious that it's already happening. It's not a surprise. Why are you pushing so hard to keep the 3? I've also explained that there are cities with way more council members than we have, and they still follow the 3 as a quorum because they don't want to have discussions with other council members, because they want to make sure that their discussions are transparent and open to the public, and that's what we're elected to sit up here and do, is to have a conversation on the dais. I keep saying I don't talk to any of the council members. If I have a question, I go to the city manager, I go to the mayor, I go to Alan, then I do my own Google research on it. And then I come to council and I have questions, and the questions that I'm developing are because I don't understand, because I'm a regular person sitting at home watching TV who probably doesn't understand either, so I'm asking questions from my knowledge for clarification so that they can understand. That's what we're up here to do, is have discussions amongst each other on the dais. The fact that we keep pushing this 2-3-person discussion, it tells the public something is going on, or they wouldn't be pushing for it so hard. So we're here to have the discussion on the dais. These guys met, the committee met, you put that supermajority in place. They still got this pushed through even in spite of that. And I think we should let the committee's recommendations move forward.
Councilmember Foster.
Yes, thank you. I was present for the second Charter Review Commission meeting when this was discussed, and it didn't get much traction. It was agreed that it was like a good, innovative idea to address and fix all the things, but it also, if people, when it goes to the ballot, if people were not in favor of adding another council member, then it deflects from the real issue, is fixing the glitch in the charter. And so their discussion was centered around, like, let's not muddy the waters. Let's address the quorum head on so that the voters know what they're voting on head on. And if later we want to add another council member, then that can be a separate discussion. I agree that it's innovative and it kind of fixes all the things, but it also it diffuses the ability to address the issue directly. And that's what the Charter Review Commission spoke so strongly about, is addressing it directly.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And I just want to be really clear on this. My discussion on having 3 on a subcommittee or an ad hoc group or a task force has nothing to do with secret meetings and talking about 3. This is not to circumvent that at all. This is to make representation for the city of the greater amount of people that we can have to make decisions. There are many things that go on in subcommittees that I've been part of that cannot be discussed on the dais, and that is why we have these subcommittees. So I just wanted to clarify that absolutely has nothing to do with that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, council, we have the Charter Review Commission recommendations have been laid out by the city attorney, his synopsis of that and his language in there. We have the issue of that the interim city secretary had had posted after the Charter Review Commission had met, and we have Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland's recommendation to increase the number of members on this council by one, which was rejected by the Charter Commission. Councilmember Lee. Just saw your light, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure you included in your summarization the 1 mile addition to the city manager, where the city manager can reside. My recommendation for that.
In addition, we have the recommendation from Councilmember Lee to add the 1 mile limit to the city limits for the city manager to reside. Have I encapsulated all of the comments and questions that are there? Was there something that I've left out? If not, it's time for a motion on this agenda item. Yes, Councilmember Lee.
So are we tasked with making a motion on this or bringing it back to the special meeting after it's cleaned up?
All our charter requires is that the caption be read at 2 separate meetings before it's voted on. And so I've read the caption for you, and so that has been required. What's next is any changes you want made to this before you see it on second reading. And I counted 6, which I can summarize. Get my numbers together. The first one is whether you want me to work with the interim city secretary to try to come back with a proposition regarding how we handle petitions in the future. That was put in the packet. FYI, the city manager said that's not urgent, but if council wants me to try to come up with something before second reading, now's your chance to give me that direction. Is anyone wanting me to do that?
I think that requires a greater amount of discussion than what we're considering here, especially if it's not been vetted through a charter review commission. That's going to be my recommendation that be excluded.
Okay. One is Mayor Pro Tem's issues regarding F and G. If we're going to continue to allow petitions to be supplemented after they've been filed, we do not need F and G anymore. I don't know that anybody's mentioned that they do want to change it in light of that. Are we okay removing F and G and leaving the charter as it is, read in conjunction with the election code? So we will remove those from the next draft. There was a modification by Councilmember Meyer that seemed to have support regarding appointments to boards and commissions, and it would read consider confirmation of, is what I wrote down as the language that seemed to have some consensus on the council. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, on the changes on F and G, you'd rendered an opinion on that. Should we not check with the Texas Election Commission to determine whether or not they feel that our charter is consistent with the code?
I think that's a fine instinct, Mayor, but based on our dealings with them over the last month, I don't think the Secretary of State's office is going to issue us an opinion about our charter. They declined the opportunity to do that. I don't think they will.
But relative to the consistency of what we're doing, what we're proposing with the code.
I share your instinct, but we tried that once and they declined the opportunity to give us a ruling because they thought it was too specific to just our charter. I don't think they're going to give us an opinion.
So because they refused to address it one time, at one request, we're not going to request it again.
If council wants me to, I will, but being honest with you, for efficiency purposes, I don't think it's worth the time or effort.
It's my recommendation, but Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, to be consistent with the previous discussion, we would also on 13.13 need to strike the word voting in the second sentence, I believe.
Councilmember Fosler.
I want to make sure I'm looking at the same one that you just did. Which one was that? What proposition was it?
On the election ordinance, it's Proposition M.
Is that what you're talking about?
As it reads, shall Section 3.13 of the Charter be amended
Yes.
to specify that 3 voting members of the council shall constitute a quorum for purposes of compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I believe what Councilmember Plunkett is suggesting is that we strike the word voting, and so it's any 3 members of the council. And under our charter, the council consists of city council members and the mayor.
So that was language that the Charter Review Commission specifically came up with. I wish we could have
It is.
I wish we could have another round of, can we open that up for citizen comment right now, if any?
I defer to our presiding officer.
I think this is a vitally important issue that,
I do
yeah,
too.
we can.
Are there any opinions in the room? Yeah.
Is there somebody in the audience that wishes to speak on this specific item?
Removal of the voting.
We do have someone who wants to speak. Mr. Crouch.
Which item is it that you're asking about discussion? I'm sorry.
It's the item that Mr. Plunkett just brought up. Is that what you're asking about? Yes, please.
The proposed language from the Charter Review Commission was keeping that sentence, 4 members of the council shall constitute a quorum to do business, and then adding the sentence, 3 voting members of the council shall constitute a quorum for all other purposes of the Texas Open Meetings Act. What Councilmember Plunkett just proposed is to strike the voting from that second sentence, so it would be 3 members of the council shall constitute a quorum for all other purposes of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which is different than what y'all agreed upon. So I wanted to, since we have some commissioners in the room, to see if you have thoughts.
I hate to ask you, but come up to the mic, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to know why you want to strike that
So
voting.
that the rules are the same for all members of council?
Well, the mayor doesn't vote unless it's to break a tie. You guys vote on everything. So the mayor is considered, it's part of the council, but he doesn't vote unless it's a tie.
If it's,
But you vote on everything.
right, but if it's not good for more than 2 people to discuss an item, then it's not good for more than 2 people to discuss an item. I don't understand how the mayor's discussion should be not counted toward that end.
I don't understand why this council is afraid to, some people have said they are reticent to ask a question that might sound dumb. There's a lot of us sitting back here who would like the answer to that question too. But you guys are the ones that need to talk about it up here so we can understand your thought processes. And you guys vote, the mayor doesn't vote. The mayor counts only to gavel a meeting into order, and then y'all have the rest of it.
Yes, and the mayor also presents everything to council, sets the table. I mean,
Not really. He doesn't do a lot, but he used
if it's
to.
not good for 3 people to talk, it's not good for 3 people to talk. I don't understand the difference. It doesn't matter whether they're voting or not. They're members of council.
I still disagree with you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Some additional, Councilmember Plunkett?
I don't think so.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, we've interrupted you on your laying out the 6 items.
So on the issue of quorum, which is Proposition M, is there consensus for the next draft to remove the word voting? The effect is that if that goes through and is approved by the voters, then if the mayor and 2 council members discuss city business outside of meetings, that would trigger the Open Meetings Act and be a walking quorum, which is prohibited. Is there consensus? I'm seeing heads.
I don't believe there's consensus on that one. I saw some head shaking.
So what I will do is I'll leave the current language in, prepare alternate language, and put them side by side in the next draft, so you can consider continue the discussion at your next meeting. Council member size, there was discussion of increasing it by 1, going from 5 to 6. The Charter Review Commission did not recommend that. Is there a consensus to bring back another proposition to a deal with that?
I don't believe there's consensus on that item.
If there's any action on that, y'all can let me know. I believe those are all the items that I flagged.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Alan, on the quorum issue, on bringing back 2 options, I'm going to go back and to the committees of 3, so I don't know how we can address that in language, because I don't want that language that has been stated to prevent having a committee of 3. So I don't know how we say that, but could you put that somehow as an option too, so we don't have that problem with committees?
Certainly, and my understanding, Councilmember Meyer, is that under the rules of procedure that you've adopted tonight, the subcommittees with 3 council members would be allowed, but if the voters went through and approved this language with or without voting, then that would no longer be allowed at that point. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I'm just saying, when you bring it back to us on the second reading, I just want to have us options
Third option.
Yes, a third option. That's all I'm saying on that.
Okay. So I think I have my marching orders to revise the draft election order on the general charter review amendments and get to you in time for your special meeting and consideration. I don't need any more guidance on this point. I don't know if the city secretary's office needs anything.
We have Councilmember Foster.
In retrospect, I wish we would have handled this charter review item first on the agenda, because that language was vetted by the Charter Review Commission strongly, and I would rather, we can modify our rules and procedures almost any time with just us. I would rather that be the strongest language, and then we modify our rules and procedure off of that language that goes to the people, that the people decide, and we're kind of doing it in reverse order. We're queuing off the less strong language, so I think we should be queuing off the Charter Review Commission language. Just a comment.
I agree. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Alan, I just wanted to make sure there's been so much conversation, I might have just slipped my mind. The 1 mile? I didn't hear you mention that.
Perhaps I did, and it's number 4 on my
Okay,
list.
thank you.
The Charter Review Commission's recommendation was to delete reference to residency requirements for the city manager and leave it up to the city council. If the city council wanted to impose a limitation on some future city manager, they could do so in the ordinance, they could do so in the contract for the city manager. What I've heard at the dais tonight was to, instead of doing that, to say that the limitation would exist, but it'd be within 1 mile of the city limits.
That was Councilmember Lee's recommendation. If we just go by Councilmember Foster's line of thinking that we follow what the Charter Review Committee said, then which is it?
So is there consensus on that point? Is there support for the within 1 mile of the city limits, or are we going to default to what the Charter Review Commission recommended?
I guess the question is whether or not you want to bind future councils on whether or not they can make a choice about where their city manager lives.
It goes back to what I initially said. I don't want my city manager living in Dallas. I don't want my city manager living in San Marcos. I don't want my city manager living in Cedar Creek. I want them to be able to get to their city and their job, within a 5 to 10 minute time frame. 1, 2, honestly, again, I go back to, I'm not real happy with the 1 mile, but as a compromise, I think we need to put some limitations so that they understand they have to be living within a certain distance of the city.
And if we were having a conversation about hiring a city manager, I would be in complete agreement with you on that. in that we should put it in the contract for that city manager saying this is the limitations as to where you can live. And, it'd be based off of the city manager before them, which had a similar limitation. What I'm saying is that we would be, in effect, inserting the judgment of, like our judgment on this being limited to that distance for now, like because of the situation we're in right now, and then imposing that on future councils for potentially 6 years. And maybe that's okay, but I'm just.
And Councilmember Kirkland, or Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, I think that's okay. I
Yeah.
totally think that's okay. I don't have any issue with the 1 mile. I'm raising the issue of what Councilmember Fossler just raised, that if we're going to stick to the strict interpretation of what the Charter Commission said, then let's stick to the strict interpretation of what the Charter Commission said and require me to live within 1 mile via contract.
No, well, I disagree with that, and the reason why is because we've just sat here for how long and
Exactly.
and picked apart every single.
Exactly.
Can I finish my statement, please? We just sat here for I don't know how long and picked apart every single one of these things, and every single one of them had something tweaked or changed on it. So to the one that Carrie, Councilmember Fossler, friend, wanted to be a stickler for. She just wanted to be a stickler for that one, and I understand her reasoning for doing that. But we've sat here and picked apart all of these things. So I think it's unfair to try to hold her to that one when we've picked them all apart. In my opinion, I'm not trying to start an argument or a debate.
No, not at
Just
all.
saying, we've picked them apart. I feel like the 1 mile is reasonable. We have created other language through a resolution change regarding the mayor's responsibilities that will impact future mayors. We did. We stripped him
No, a
of his
resolution
duties.
undoes a resolution.
Was it an ordinance or a resolution?
Either an ordinance undoes an ordinance and a resolution undoes a resolution. You don't bind a future council.
But my request back then was to not put something on paper that could impact future mayors, because we then would have to come back to the table to undo that resolution. Because the resolution wasn't specific to the mayor that's currently sitting in this seat. It was for all mayors. And I made that point, and nobody wanted to agree with that point and change the language to make it specific to the mayor. And so now, whatever council comes after us and we get a new mayor, we'll have to create a resolution to change that language if they so choose, because
Correct.
right.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
So I don't think that that's something that we can argue about or should argue about. It's 1 mile. We're talking 1 mile. You currently live within the mile. Again, I don't want a city manager working in San Marcos, and they're supposed to be our city manager. I would rather have them live in the city, but I don't think we should leave it wide open to where they can live wherever they want to live.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify. We can't have 2 sets of standards by going with recommendations of the Charter Committee. And we have, on some things, said it's important to go with what Charter Committee said because you favor that. But on other instances, we want to tweak it. So I just don't want the argument to be said that we're going with the Charter Committee on this, but it's okay to change this. I think it's fair to consider, and I appreciate the Charter Committee, but that's what we're doing right now. So I don't want the argument to be on any issue that we're going against the Charter Committee, because we're doing it with so many other things. I just don't like that argument, and I don't think it's fair.
Councilmember Fossler.
Okay, I have some wheeling and dealing to propose. How about we don't go against the Charter Review Commission on anything apart from the 2 the elections and this word change on the considering appointment. And all other changes are off the table.
She has offered a compromise. Does anybody wish to take her up
I
on
would
that?
agree with what Alan has been given to bring back to us. That's what I'll agree on.
I agree with that. I think this has been talked about so much, my brain is, I think that we need a clean version of what's been discussed tonight for reconsideration. Do we have to make a motion tonight?
You do not need to make a motion
Okay.
tonight. I think my notes reflect what there's consensus on. I don't think Councilmember Fossler's wheeling and dealing is going to go anywhere right now. And so I think we're good on those points. I will get you a fresh draft and also distribute that to members of the commission at the same time I give it to council. The second item we have on this agenda item is the caption for the other petition that would amend the charter. I could have lumped them in. Eventually, it will be consolidated into one ballot, but because it was initiated by citizen petition, we chose to put it in a different ordinance. And that's an ordinance calling a special election to amend the Home Rule Charter by the City of Bastrop City Council, calling for and establishing for procedures for a November 5th, 2024 special election for the purpose of amending the Home Rule Charter regarding the enforcement of marijuana laws, providing for severability, providing for a repealing clause, providing for proper meeting and notice, and establishing an effective date. Mayor and council, you've been briefed on this separately at previous meetings and by my office by email. Our charter allows for citizens to submit petitions calling on amendments to our charter. That was done. The petition was found to be valid by the Office of the City Secretary. There has been a movement in other states, and certainly here in Texas, to what some are calling decriminalize marijuana. That's not technically what this is. What it is an effort to, by the charter, reduce our options for enforcement of marijuana regulations regarding small amounts of marijuana and lower that as a priority for our police department. In some cities in Texas, this was done by initiative, initiating an ordinance to our code of ordinances. In this case, it was the charter amendment. And because it was found to be valid, we are obligated to have an election in November. There is no discretion amongst the city council for this item. If the previous things we discussed and the previous process with the overall charter review felt rushed, that's because it was rushed.
Correct.
State law only allows cities to amend their charters every 2 years. We've been kicking around charter amendments here in Bastrop for over 2 years. The council was ready to go and have a thorough review of our charter anyway, but because this marijuana petition got filed and is valid, we must have the marijuana petition considered in November of 2024. Therefore, the council chose to go ahead and have the entire charter reviewed. Otherwise, we'd be waiting to address those other items for another 2 years. So you have a separate ordinance in front of you. I've read the caption. You've satisfied our charter in the requirement to have that caption read. You will have my recommendation to vote to approve the election on that charter amendment at your next meeting, which will be a special called meeting. That's it for my briefing. No actions required today, but you can discuss the matter if you wish.
So to Mr. City Attorney, just to be clear, there are two items on 14D that we need to take or could take into consideration. One is a marijuana petition, which we have no choice but to adopt it. But the other one, we can table it until we get a clear copy and a clear indication of what we're asking for, what we've provided you instructions on.
Yes, Mayor. The marijuana petition is done. I believe the ordinance is in proper shape, and there's nothing we need in terms of feedback or guidance on the marijuana propositions. On the others that we've just discussed, I will bring you back a clean, new version encapsulating the direction the council gave me, and you'll be asked to approve both of those at a special meeting soon. No actions required tonight.
So we don't need a first reading tonight, then a second reading.
I know I'm complicating things, Mayor. We've had both. We've had the first reading on both. We have a tradition in Bastrop of voting to approve things on first reading, and you can do that if you want to on both of those. And you can do it with one motion.
Just want to make sure that we're complying with what we need to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The council, now that the city attorney's explained it to us, we are going to not take any action on 14D, and then we will take these items up again on the 19th. Is everybody clear on that? Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We will move now to item 14E, consider and act on resolution number R-2024-105 of the City of Bastrop, Texas, accepting the City Secretary's certification regarding a recall petition calling for removal of Mayor Lyle Nelson, providing findings of fact, repealer severability, effective date, proper notice, and meeting. Ms. Parker.
Good afternoon. I'm Irma Parker. I'm the interim city secretary for the city. I have known Sylvia for quite a while, and I retired, and she called me to come in, and I'm getting an opportunity to work with Alan, which I've known for a long time and respect both of them. So the charter, you have a home rule charter because your citizens voted to have a home rule charter. All other cities, whether they're general law, whatever the category they're in, they have to follow what's in the Constitution, the general local government code, but as the home rule community, your citizens voted to have extra laws. And so that's why we have the home rule charter. Your section on recall initiative is so convoluted that we went step by step to verify that we've done everything that we're supposed to do. I have copies of the Home Rule Charter in the back of the room if someone wants to be able to review and go step by step as I'm going through it. Because we're also on a time crunch, I have a calendar there so that you see as I'm going through this that we cannot discuss anything on the recall at all unless I present at a regular meeting. Can't do it at a special meeting, it has to be a regular meeting. So that's why you have that calendar so you can see what kind of time crunch we're in. And I'm going to start now. So I can totally confuse you more than you've probably already gotten confused to begin with. So on the first, when we receive the petition, you have to go through certain things to validate that petition. I want to also explain that I'm not required to do this. However, the city manager said we need to let the people know what is going on because the power belongs to the people. They signed a petition, they worked on this petition, this is their city, and they need to know what's going on. I've heard more rumors than I've ever heard before, and people coming in and calling and saying, you're doing this, you're doing this. It's not happening. If you want to find out what's happening, go to the horse's mouth, and I'm the horse in this case, okay? So let's start. Petition validity. Is the form of the petition valid under Article 10 of the city charter? So we went through and looked. Is the petition in writing? And section 10.03 and 10.07 is required that says it has to be in writing. Are the petition papers uniform in size and style? Yes, they were, and you can find that in section 10.03 and 10.07. For each separate paper, is there an attached statement of the circulator that the circulator personally circulated the foregoing paper? All the signatures were made in the circulator's presence, and the circulator believes the signatures to be the genuine signatures of the person whose names they purported to be. And that, again, is in that same section. There's two areas that it says we have to do. Are the signatures in ink? Same section. Does the petition contain a general statement on the grounds upon which the removal is sought? 10.07. It does. Has one of the signers of each petition paper made or submitted an affidavit that the statements made therein are true? That's under 10.07. Have the petition papers been assembled and filed as one instrument? They were. Now we check the signatures. Is the signature valid pursuant to Texas Election Code, Chapter 277? We have copies of 277 in the back of the room, so if the citizens want to follow through, they can read those items. Is the signature in the signer's own handwriting? That's all on 277. Is the signer's printed name on the petition? Is the signer's date of birth or voter registration number on the petition? Now, you don't need both. You just need one, because we have to go through the list and find out if they're a registered voter, and you can find out by going by the date of birth or the voter ID number. Anybody can check by going online to the Secretary of State's website and answer, there's a little tab there that says, am I registered to vote? And you can click there and you can find out whether you're registered to vote. Gives you the effective date that when you can vote or begin to start voting. So that's in 277. Is the signer's resident address listed? It was. Is the date of the signing listed? Yes, it was. But there's a caveat to that. It says the date of the first or earliest signature has to be within 180 days from the time the petition was filed, and it did, because 180 days before the July date was in January. The first signatures that were done were like in April. I mean, not April. Yeah, April. I guess it was April or March. I don't have the petition right here. Is the signer a registered voter of the city? Where they registered to vote on that date, because your petition is as if you voted that day. That day, you voted to sign that petition. That's as if you went into the ballot box and pulled that lever or marked your ballot, however way you did it. You voted that day. That was a vote, okay? Does the petition meet the requirements of Article 10 of the city charter? Or did I just do that? That looks familiar there. No, it's different. Okay. Is the signature made in ink? Again, the same sections. Is the street name listed? We went through and double-checked all of those. Is the zip code, is it required? No, it's not, because everybody that voted on this petition are citizens of the city. So we know what the zip code is. Is the voter registration certificate number listed? Some there were and some they weren't, but you have to have at least the date of birth or your voter ID number so that we can find out whether you are registered to vote. That gives us that information so we can make a concise opinion. After verification, the city computed the total number of required signatures. Did the city secretary complete the verification steps above? We did. Did we obtain and determine the total number of registered voters residing in the city at the time of the last regular municipal election? Received that information from the county elections official. Then we have to subtract the number of suspense list. Those are S voters. And on your voter registration list, when you go to vote, you might have an S next to your name. And what that means is the latest voter registration card that was sent out and mailed to you was returned. So you're in suspense. And so what happens is when you go to vote, then the clerk will ask you, you're a suspense voter. Did you change addresses? Did you move? Then you have to fill out another card to change your address, and you show your driver's license that has that address, and you are allowed to vote. You're a registered voter. You just maybe haven't gotten the proper paperwork back from the county elections official, but you're still registered to vote, and you can vote. So that's an S voter. Then we applied the computation required to the total number of active voters and divided the total number of active voters by 4. This was required so that we would know how many signatures we had to have on that petition to make it valid for recall. If the city had any S voters, and they looked at those, because we're at an election. You signed a petition, that is an election. You went to the ballot box and you signed, you voted, you did whatever you needed to do to cast your opinion in that certain circumstance. So then the group verified that those people that signed S as an S suspense voter that was listed in the voter registration list, that they were valid residents of the city, and they checked their address, they checked, so they did all of that. So some of the people that had S next to their name were counted on the petition because they voted, and on that day they were qualified voters of the city. So the required number of signatures. On the date of the last election, that's what your charter says, the date of your last election was May 4th. And the voter registration list for the voters, qualified voters in the city was 7,272. We take out those suspense voters, and that was 1,044. So the total active voters in the city of Bastrop was 6,228. So we needed to get our fine, 1,557 voters, active voters that voted for this petition. We did find those. But I'm not ready to make a determination because your charter is so convoluted. I wouldn't say it was a mess, it's convoluted. And this is the issue now. I have 30 days after the petition is filed, in which that date is August 24th, to determine if it's sufficient and certified to the city council at a regular meeting. I can't present this at a special meeting. It must be a regular meeting. If I say it's insufficient, I have to send a notice to the petition committee and advise them they have 10 days to amend this petition. I don't come back to the city council. That's my decision as city secretary. That's what the charter says. It's my decision. I send them a letter, and they have 10 days to fix it. And then I review to see if they fixed it according to what I'm saying is wrong with it. And then I bring it back to the city council at a regular meeting and say, they only get one time to amend according to your charter. So then I have to come back and say it's sufficient or deficient during a regular meeting. So this is quite unusual that you get to supplement. So now what's next? The next steps for the member whose removal is sought, the council member, if I certify and say it's done deal, then that council member has 5 days after the petition has been certified and presented to the council to ask in writing that a public hearing be held to permit him or her to present facts pertinent to the charges specified in the petition. In that event, we have to call a public hearing not less than 5 days, no more than 15 days after receiving such request. So that's why I've given you the calendar so you can start counting back and see, or counting forward and see where we're at with this. If the council member whose removal is sought does not resign, the council shall order a recall election and fix a date for such election. Now, there's been a lot of talk back and forth saying we have to stay with those 2 dates of November and May. That is not true, because we're a home rule city, and our home rule charter says if there's a vacancy, we can call a special election. Okay? So if we didn't have it in there, but most cities do, they have qualifications. If someone dies, if they have a remedy to fix the situation they have. And the election, if by charter it says that shall not be less than 90 days from the date the petition was submitted to the council or the date of the public hearing if one was held, whichever is later or at the earliest date thereafter, permitted by the state election code. But we're still compliant with the state election code because we follow all the procedures with the election code. The only thing your home rule charter authorizes or directs that we have an election within 90 days. The results of a recall election, and that's contained in section 1010. If a majority of the votes cast shall be against removal, that member continues in office. If a majority of the votes cast be for the removal of the council member named on the ballot, the council shall immediately declare the office vacant, and such vacancy shall be filled in accordance with the provisions of this charter. A council member that thus removed shall not be a candidate to succeed himself or herself in an election called to fill the vacancy created. In section 3.06, it states, a vacancy in the city council shall not be filed by appointment, but shall be filled by a majority vote of the qualified voters at a special election called by the city for such purpose within 120 days after such vacancy or vacancies occur, as otherwise provided by state law. So you see that we've been going through, and everything's been in Article 10. But then when you have that vacancy, then you go to section 3.06. And so you're going back and forth and reading and trying to get all of these steps. Alan's group did give the staff a very good outline to go by, which I'm using those items that he provided us. So here's my findings. I'm not ready to say it's sufficient or insufficient because there's some stuff that doesn't make sense. And the first thing that doesn't make sense, I guess it's, I've never seen this before and I've asked people, but it's amazing. It says, my primary concern is section 10.07. It states, signers of each petition paper shall make an affidavit that the statements made therein are true. That doesn't make sense to me. And I haven't figured out how we're supposed to get here from there. Because a petition, when someone signs a petition, they're voting. That's like me going to an election and you've already come in and you've voted and you've left the ballot box and you go outside and I say, do you want to do that again? Are you sure you know what you were doing? I mean, it doesn't make sense. And so if you can explain to me how I need to do that and certify that, I'm at a loss.
Madam City Secretary, I think you left a couple of words out of that. It says one of the signers, not all the signers.
Yes, one of the signers of each petition paper.
Thank you. Just clarify.
No problem. I'm sorry. I just did the ... because I don't understand it. And I'm looking for other cities and see if somebody has that wording in their charter so that they can tell me what they did if they had this issue before, because we all copy each other's charters. We're not, it's just not done. Everybody just copies each other. Like I said, I don't understand. I'm planning on contacting the Secretary of State to verify my timeline for the election, should we need one. I'm also doing some research to see AG opinions, if there's anything out there that says this is something that's happened in another city. So I'm not ready yet, but that decision is mine. And it's going to be a while before I come up with, and I plan to meet with Alan and get something worked out so that we can come to a conclusion. I think this is something everyone wants to do, and everybody wants the truth and the information out there. One of my concerns, and I did express this to one of the petitioners and asked if they had a specific or general purpose committee set up, because if you're going to set up and do some of this, you had to spend some money. The people have a right to know what's going on and who's paying it. Now I got another call from somebody else says, I got a card in the mail that said this, this, and this, and it was paid political advertisement for. Well, it's a specific purpose committee. You have to file a finance appointment, a treasurer appointment, and you have to file your report showing where you got the money, how you spent the money. That's the law. So we need to start complying with the law, and the people have a right to know, and that I'm required by law. All city secretaries are. There was a recent law that was passed that said when you file your campaign finance report as a council member, or you have a specific purpose committee, or you have a general purpose committee, those have to be online 10 days after they're received. And there's a timeline for that, and you can get fined for not doing those things. Now, you can always put on the report that was in kind. It doesn't matter. The power belongs to the people. That's why they're given the power of petition, and they have a right to know everything that's going on. And that's what my job is, to ensure of that, and that is why I'm making this presentation, so y'all all are on the same page. All our ducks are going in the same direction. Might have a few quacking over here, that's okay. But the majority of us are all in the know, and we understand what is going on, and that is the purpose of me addressing you tonight at the request of the city manager. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have several people signed up to speak on this item. First one scheduled to speak is Angela Plunkett.
In here. Thank you, Perry. Can you hear me now? Hello. My name is Angela Plunkett. Yes, that Plunkett. And everyone who knows me knows that I really don't like talking about politics. I don't define myself by politics. I don't define my friends by politics. I've considered all of you on city council friends, and the mayor as well. However, everyone who knows me also knows that to me it's very important that we treat each other civilly and with decorum. Everyone that's on city council, you are a volunteer. Nobody got into this business to make money. You guys get paid $80 a month. So when we compare ourselves to other cities and what happens in other cities, I don't think it's a fair comparison. You guys are working 40 hours a week because you have a passion about something, and I think I know almost all the passions that brought you to council. And I would hope that the mayor would have also had that passion when he was running to be mayor. The mayor had supporters, and I'm here today because, again, I'm being forced to talk about politics because I think there's been a lack of decorum. I think there's been some very uncivil, shady behavior that's been happening. The cards in the mail, the spamming of people's phones with texts from city council members. I think, the flyers with patent lies. And there's no reason for that. There really isn't. Nobody is on this board trying to recall the mayor, or this council trying to recall the mayor for the fun of it. You guys have made a lot of great progress on council. You've whittled away at that B3 code. 5 times the amount of funding has gone towards repairing and rebuilding roads. So you are getting work done, but this, this recall thing is clearly not for fun. And knowing these members and knowing how truthful they are, I find it very offensive that you would send out something that besmirches their reputation when I believe you know them. People, they're not trying to do something against you because they dislike you. Everybody likes you. There was lots of opportunities for it never to get to this point where you could have resigned and you could have kept respect from the community. Nobody would have to know about this because I think that's what happens with most politicians. But the point is, I reject the lies that have been going around about this. I've never heard anybody ever say that they thought that you had stolen. The whole thing is, it's about the failure to cooperate with the investigation, which, yes, you were found guilty of. And indeed, this is something that when people ask you for your documents, most of the time it's considered contempt if you don't respond with documents. And even during this investigation, other people were asked for their personal cell phone records. You and your attorney asked Kevin. He provided his personal records. So it's just a matter of, there has been nothing personal, but why can we not bring this to a vote? There were 1,700 people that put their name down there. That was 3 times the amount of people that voted for you in the original election. Just bring it to a vote. And you may be kept, and then it can all be done. But we should allow people that. People went through the effort of signing the petition, and I think we should just move on with it because, yes, this is costing the city money. But I think you understand why. I think most people can understand why. I guess I'm over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next scheduled speaker is Jimmy Crouch. And Mr. Crouch, you're here twice. I'm assuming that you're only going to speak once.
Well, I didn't get to speak on the last item, so I'll come back in the next meeting when it comes back up around. My name's Jimmy Crouch. I live at 605 Buttonwood Street in Bastrop. I'm here tonight to present a response to a postcard that a lot of citizens have received in the mail and to help them with the misleading information that it presented. The postcard claims that the recall effort falsely alleges the mayor was involved in the misuse of public funds. The truth is, a recall petition is based on the Bastrop Board of Ethics ruling that the mayor abused his position by interfering in a financial investigation. During the ethics hearing, the mayor's lawyer stipulated that the facts, including that the mayor had lied to the financial investigator and refused to provide evidence, were true. These actions, which the board determined to be an abuse of power, raised serious and undeniable questions about his integrity and conduct. The postcard cites audits and investigations claiming they found no evidence of misuse of public funds. However, the recall petition never accused him of personally misusing public funds. It focused on his abuse of power, interference, and investigation involving public funds. The financial audit, which was focused on Visit Bastrop, was not intended to examine the mayor's actions. The fact-finding investigator, however, was charged with determining if the mayor had any participation in the alleged wrongdoing, and instead of cooperating, his attorney in the ethics hearing admitted that the mayor knowingly and intentionally lied and refused to turn over evidence, which in many people's minds makes him involved in the wrongdoing. The postcard suggests that this recall is driven by political opponents seeking power and control. This is a diversion from the real issue, the mayor's documented abuse of his power, of his position to interfere in a financial investigation. The recall effort is about holding him accountable for his actions, not about political power plays. The recall effort was a community response to a serious breach of trust, not a personal vendetta. In fact, 7 current and former council members and numerous other prominent Bastropians were involved in making phone calls, collecting signatures, and supporting the signature collectors. The 1,632 verified signatures collected represent more people demanding the removal of the mayor than the total number of votes ever cast for all candidates combined in a single city election. The postcard claims $137,000 of taxpayer money was spent but the accuracy of that figure is unclear. What is clear is that any funds spent were necessary for a thorough investigation into serious allegations made by Visit Bastrop employees, a decision unanimously approved by the council. City funds only began to be used in the recall effort when the petition was turned in to validate the citizens' wishes as expressed through their signatures. The cost of these investigations is directly attributable to the mayor's obstruction, which made them necessary. If you signed the recall petition, it was because you were rightly concerned about the mayor's proven misconduct, not because you were misled. The facts have been clearly documented and upheld by Bastrop Board of Ethics. Now is the time to hold the mayor accountable for his actions. Thank you for the decision to demand transparency, integrity, and accountability in our city government.
Thank you, sir. Next person scheduled to speak on this item is Rita Ward. Rita Ward does not wish to speak, evidently. She is in opposition to the item. Next person scheduled is, next person is signed up, does not wish to speak. Jeff Harper, and he wishes to oppose the recall. Next person scheduled on this item is Linda Curtis.
I'm Linda Curtis. I live just outside the city on South Shore Road, and I am, for one of the first times in my life, absolutely speechless. I am so flabbergasted by so many things, and I don't even know what to say. But I do really want to ask a question, and I know it's probably going to be out of order, but I wasn't in the room. Was the city secretary approved by this council? The interim city secretary?
There's been, you need to address council. There's been no confirmation, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So I think about 95%, maybe 94% of these signatures were gathered by Mr. Plunkett and Mr. Kirkland and their family members. A few other people, Cynthia Meyer put in a few signatures, so did Deborah Jones, who ran against Lyle. What I'm truly flabbergasted about is the chutzpah that these politicos think that the petition rights were meant for you. No, you're elected officials. Do you have any idea where petition rights even came from? It was put in the Constitution of Texas in 1912 out of the Home Rule Amendment. This was to give citizens the right to control through their petitions their city council when they got out of hand. The citizens could recall you guys. They could petition to put a measure on the ballot and pass it if you all took no action that you should have in your view. And they could have the right to petition to reverse a council decision, the right to referendum. This interim city secretary person here actually wrote these amendments, I saw them, What she wanted to do was give you guys the power to, once we all went through and got our signatures and put them in for verification, if a little committee of you guys didn't like it, you could veto the citizens' right to petition. You make me sick. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person who has signed up does not wish to speak. William Hingston, he opposes the recall petition. Next person scheduled to speak is Mel Cooper.
Mel Cooper, 603 Shiloh. There you go. This is an emotional evening. Thank you, council, for the time. I didn't know y'all weren't citizens, by the way. If you'll have to straighten me out on that. Also, I don't guess you can go into executive session anymore because that's a secret meeting, so I was hoping I'd have some more time. But all that aside, just a little city council humor. The ethics board voted to reprimand the mayor. The ethics board is comprised of people that are the finest people in the community. They were presented with factual information, not innuendos, not social media, not postcards in the mail with misleading information. They made a decision. None of us were in the room. And if you were, somebody say something. They made a decision, probably the right decision, because they had the information we don't have. The recall petition. I'm losing my thought here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, the recall petition, oh, by the way,
You need to address council.
Oh, I apologize. I would like to thank the council for allowing the assistant secretary to do what she did. I think she did a very fine job. So that's what I was going to say. Recall petition. I'm not an attorney. I don't know what's right or what's wrong. It'll be determined outside of us. But the recall petition is the will of the people. I don't know what the count was, 1,600, 1,700, and it was said earlier that was more than the total votes. We talk about the will of the people. Oh, let the people hear us talk in public. Let the people do this. Let them do that. Goodness gracious, let them vote, people. That's the will of the people. They just signed a petition with their name, signature printed with their date. Let them vote. You want to talk about the will of the people? If you're not doing that, you're very disingenuous, in my opinion. Accusations of theft. I've heard all the rumors. I've heard people slinging mud about that, saying, oh my gosh, Lyle Nelson's been accused of stealing. Okay, so frankly, and Mr. Mayor, you know this, I asked you at an event, who was accusing you of theft? I didn't. I don't know anyone up here that did. All I heard were crickets. So if we're talking about theft and slinging mud, I'm fine. If someone is, I would go face to face with him and fight for the mayor and say there is no accusation of theft. All of the mudslinging needs to stop. It's like Ms. Plunkett said, we need to all work together. We don't need to sling mud. Just get the facts out there. Let the facts speak for themselves. And I'm out of time, and I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Secretary, that's all the public comments on this item that I have. Do you have any others there?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, there is, based upon the interim city secretary's presentation, there really is no action required on this agenda item. It was an informational item. If I heard her correctly, she's going to be bringing this back for another determination or for a determination of her findings at some later point in time. That being said, we will now move back to the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions on this item. One is in regards to the confirmation. Our charter, I was reading the charter for something else, actually, and I stumbled upon the section 10.7 that states, oh, no, that's not it. Oh, section 3.9, charter states that the city manager shall appoint, subject to confirmation by the city council and officer of the city, and such assistance as deemed necessary, who shall have the title of city secretary, and we have not.
No, and I'll let Alan answer that.
Councilmember Lee, Mayor, Council, what our charter says is the city secretary is appointed by the city manager, subject to confirmation of the city council. Nothing clearly says that an interim, temporary, acting city secretary has to be confirmed by the city council. So I made the city manager aware of that. Whether she chooses to bring it back to you at a future meeting for your confirmation is something I defer to her on.
And so that's, I won't say concerning, but when she presented, she said several times, I'm the city secretary. So if she's going to claim to be the city secretary, then why would we not confirm her?
I don't have an issue with confirmation, Counselor Lee. I can bring it at the next council meeting. But I also said that we were already advertising, the brochure is out.
I know that.
And so, you know, I'm happy to do it. Again, nothing says interim, but we can bring it as early as the 19th.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple more questions for Alan. So the circular tours, I don't know if I said that right, of the petition, especially and specifically, more specific, the council members, anyone circulating the petition, they, at this point, the petition has been turned into the city secretary. They cannot supplement that petition in any shape, form, or fashion until it is deemed sufficient or insufficient, correct?
Councilmember Lee, Mayor, Council, what our charter says is that there's two types of statements that are required. One is commonly referred to as a circulator's statement, meaning that someone saw the signatures being affixed to the petition with their own eyes, and they signed that page. The second one is a signer's affidavit or an attestation of truth as to the statements on that particular page. Those things are both required under our charter when you read the various provisions together. It's been determined that some of those statements are missing from the petition, and so the process at this point is that upon receiving a written determination from the city secretary, the petitioners will have 10 days, a period within which they can supplement the petition in an effort to cure those defects. That 10-day clock does not start running until the petitioners receive the statement from the city secretary.
And they cannot, having that knowledge, cannot try to rectify that until they get notification from the city secretary, correct?
I don't believe they can file anything in addition with the city secretary. Whether they're working on curing the defect or not in the interim, I don't know. I see no limitation on what they're doing behind the scenes.
What do you mean?
They could be working on it now. They could be working on it.
And that's okay by law?
Sure.
Okay. And then can they get more signatures during that period?
That's not, the signatures, is my knowledge, is not a defect. City secretary has concluded that there's sufficient number of valid signatures on the petition.
And for the public, I got a message tonight asking, can they remove their name from the petition? You've explained that to us, but for the public, can you explain?
Sure, there's a provision in the Texas Election Code that allows those who sign a petition to remove their signature by filing an affidavit with the person who receives the petition prior to the petition being filed. But once a petition has been filed, in this case with our city secretary's office, there is no process for removing your signature from a petition.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Alan, for stating that, because that's really what I wanted to bring up. That we know this, but I want you to know, as the public, what the law is. We didn't make this up. This is the law. As of July the 25th, it was submitted to the city secretary. That means you cannot, whether you get something in the mail or somebody posts something, you cannot take your name off of it. And guess what? I've gotten calls to add their names too, and you can't do that either. So I just want everyone to be on the same page, understanding no matter what you're hearing, this is the law.
Councilmember Meyer, I would want to add to that because we've received the same number of calls, both add and minus, and I stopped keeping track already. The power of the recall is at the ballot box, and so their name is on the petition. They have the ability at the ballot box, should it be deemed sufficient. If they signed it and they don't want to remove the mayor, then they can vote, don't remove the mayor. And so that's where we are today after Irma gets done doing what she needs to
Absolutely.
do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the comment. No other comments on this? Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, I would ask the interim secretary, can you be more precise about any deficiencies that you saw, and in the vein of, of like what could have been done different, what was the deficiency, and what would be a practical, way to cure that? I mean,
That was the main dilemma I had in that one section that says that individual, somebody from that page has to say that that's what they did. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, I'm going to try to do a little more research. I only got here last Tuesday. So
I'm totally understand that.
And so it's been a real dash to try to read everything, and I'm not taking sides. My side is with the people. The people are the ones that determine whether we're going to have an election or not, and they are allowed to do a petition. So I want to be fair to the people that signed, and I want to be fair to everyone else that's concerned in this. That one statement of how to cure that, that's where I'm having a bit of an issue, because when I tell the petitioners, the petition committee, how they need to cure it, I need to give them some kind of direction. I don't need to tell them how to do it. There's certain things that can be said on how it needs to be cured, because you don't say, well, just go play in the street. You can't do that. Right. So it has to be, and when I find out the answer, and I have 30 days, so we're working feverishly to find the answer, and then I will send a letter to the petitioner committee and say, we need to correct this one issue, because everything else is done. It's just, how do I get past that? And so I don't know the answer, but I'm working on it.
No, I understand, and I very much appreciate it. I was just trying to get to figure out what was
yes, it's that
path
one
forward.
Section on that one paragraph. At the end, it says, so that's why I'm saying it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Because you're asking one person of that page to say, they did this.
Yeah. Right.
Why?
Yeah, and it would require a notary to go around with every.
It doesn't say notarized, it just says a statement.
Well, but it says attestation, doesn't it?
It does, but it doesn't.
Doesn't that imply notarizI'm
I don't know. I mean,
exactly.
That's part of the,
So that was
and that's going to be a legal beagle thing. I mean, I'm going to request, some assistance. He might not want to answer my phone calls, but I'm going to have to.
Well, Councilmember Plunkett, the definition of attestation is evidence or proof of something, a declaration that something exists or is the case. The action of being a witness or to formally certifying something. But nowhere does it say you need a third party to do that.
Okay, well, that's definitely helpful, so.
Yeah, and that's some
Thank
of the
you.
stuff that we're researching, trying to get as much information as we can to give you something to go on.
Sure, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Madam Interim City Secretary, it only says that you've notified the sufficiency. You don't necessarily have to provide them the means of which to satisfy the sufficiency requirements.
It says that I tell them where they're insufficient, and I think I'm going to defer to the city attorney when we come down to that. However, and this is a big however, the power belongs to the people. You don't tell the people this doesn't make sense and we're not doing it on a zoning issue when you don't tell them why you didn't approve it. I mean, that doesn't even make sense to me. And government needs to make sense, and it doesn't always, but we need to have a little common sense here. You have to give them some kind of direction or some kind of information. I'm not going to write it for them, certainly, but you have to give them information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Plunkett, your light is on. Do you have additional?
My apologies.
No, you're good. All right, Council, any more comments, questions on this item that right now requires no action?
I did want to make a caveat about Irma's background and experience. She has served in Rockport. She has served in Port Aransas. She has served in Addison. She has been the city secretary during a recall which almost emptied the entire council. So she's retired. She loves doing what she does. She will not come to work for us permanently. I'm going to tell you that today. She won't come do it. It was Irma or another city secretary with just as much experience, and that other person said, no way. And the funny thing is Irma would have belonged to Alan had I not got to her first. So it is not, I did not select a person who is inexperienced. In fact, her experience with recalls made this all the more important. Her specific knowledge of election law, her specific knowledge of her role at the Texas Municipal Court Clerks Association, where she leads sessions. She's part of the professional development of people in the career path. So I wanted to make sure everybody understood how experienced she is.
I just want to make one correction. I didn't participate in a recall for council members. I did suffer through my friends doing the same thing, having a recall where they wiped out their whole council except for 2 people on a 5-member council. So I've gone through all that and seen all that. I did participate in a petition under section 9.004, which changed our charter, and it was people from the Republic of Texas that were involved in rewriting our charter. So that was really nice. It was very enjoyable. So been there, done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Irma.
All righty. We will now move back to the top of the individual consideration items to item 14A on page 4. Consider an act on resolution number R-2024-02 of the City of Bastrop, Texas for the de-annexation of land from the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction for a 54.535 acre tract of land out of the Reuben Gage Survey, abstract number 31, and the L.C. Cunningham Survey, abstract number 24, both of the Bastrop County, Texas, upon request and providing for findings of fact, repeat or severability, effective date, proper notice, and meeting. Ms. Andres.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. How y'all doing?
Peach
All right. Okay. The city secretary's office received a petition for the release of a 54.535 acre tract of land comprised of a parcel of land currently situated within the ETJ of the city. As y'all know, recently there was a Senate bill passed, that's Senate Bill 2038, passed by the Texas State Legislature, that allows for a resident or a majority of owners in an area to petition to be released from the ETJ. At this time, we have CTX SPE 3LP requesting to be released from our ETJ, and we are recommending that we go ahead and release it. This property, it is located east of 20. It is approximately 2.3 miles from the county line that is adjacent to the Travis County line. It is currently an undeveloped tract of land. There's no utilities surrounding it, and there's no future plans for the city to serve in that area.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call for a vote.
No.
I think we have a question prior to me calling for a vote. Councilmember Fossler.
I have a question. They also, they have 184 acres around that area also. I'm curious why they didn't ask for.
Okay, so actually, this particular property owner, they do have additional property that was released from the ETJ.
Oh, it was already
Yes,
released.
ma'am. It was at the previous meeting that we
Okay,
met,
same.
and it was these parcels right here, but you are correct.
Okay, and then the school is right next to it also. There's no special recommendations for anything around the school or anything? Okay. Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I will entertain a motion.
It's already on there.
I didn't, can you restate your motion, please?
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Councilmember Plunkett.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Lee. Any further discussion? Any questions? Nothing indicated. Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move to 14B. Consider and act on the first reading of ordinance number 2024-24 of the City of Bastrop, Texas, abandoning and vacating a certain section of Madison Street right-of-way and Houston Street right-of-way to the north of Highway 71 and south of Government Street, and authorizing the city manager to execute any necessary documents to convey the city's remaining real property interest, if any, in said right-of-way to adjacent owners. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We are proposing to vacate an existing portion of Houston and Madison Streets. These dated back to the 1920s and were part of the Airedale survey maps. The parcels surrounding the right-of-way are currently undeveloped, and Houston and Madison Street rights-of-way are also unimproved. This conversation came up during the Gateway Development Project. We had a lot of people asking about access onto 71. These roads will not have access to 71, and so closure of them is, I don't want to say necessary, but recommended, because I don't want any future development, any developer to come in, because I know this is going to come in for a replat at some point in the future, for anybody to believe this can be part of the grid system or can exit off of that highway.
City Manager has laid it out. Any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Who owns that property that's been released?
The property adjacent to?
Is it automatic, or, I mean, like, it's between two properties, one of them, for instance, so.
50% to one, 50% to the other.
Okay, got it.
These are all, those three tracts are all owned by the same property.
That makes it easy. Thank you.
Makes it easier, yeah.
And the reason for that is these, when we exacted right-of-way at the original plat, this would have all been that property owner's anyway. And so we exacted that as a portion of the plat, and now to abandon it is for it to go back into the original property configuration that it was in.
But the city doesn't retain ownership of it? I mean, you abandon a right-of-way, but, okay. Okay.
Councilmember Fossler.
Yes, thank you. Is there an owner notice requirement? What's the? It's right there already? Okay, I didn't see that. Thank you.
No more questions or comments indicated?
approve.
I have a
Second.
motion from Councilmember Plunkett, a second from Councilmember Myers. Any further discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously. We will now move to 15 executive session items.
Mayor, I apologize. I have a motion to reconsider on the rules of procedure to fix the error in the language that I had. And so I'll make that, a motion to reconsider the rules of procedure item, which was 14C. That would require a second.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion to reconsider 14C. I have a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Any discussion? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll. I'm sorry.
Are you just voting on the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
One thing I would offer, if this, Mayor Pro Tem, let me know if this is accurate. What I put in quotation marks, we were on there, on that item.
Mm-hmm.
3 or more members of the city council shall not deliberate city business outside of a posted city council meeting unless A, attending the meeting of a committee appointed by council, or B, calling a special meeting. That's what I wrote in my notes. I don't know what the city secretary's notes will reflect. Is
Well,
that what you intended?
That's what I intended, but not what I said. And so I was trying to correct what I said, which is what I was reading off the paper. But you, as the attorney, filled in the blanks.
It could be. That's what I wrote down in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just kind of transmitting Kirkland over here.
No, I think that you
If
filled
so,
in
that's a motion to adjourn.
Yeah. I think you filled in the logical blanks.
But that's not what you actually said.
That's not what I actually said.
All right, then I'll hush.
Okay. And so I think we still need to fix it then.
We still have a motion and a second to reconsider. Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler?
The motion passes. Now we can move to the correction.
Yes, okay, so there were two components to the motion. So the first one is I motion that we set the, oh crap, now I gotta find it again. Was it 210? Yeah, 210 quorum, that we add 3 or more members of council shall not meet to deliberate city business outside of an open meeting unless A, they are placed on a subcommittee created by council, or B, they're calling a city council meeting. And then the second element was to strike the change in 4.4 that was not approved at the prior meeting.
And that change was?
That change was almost to 4.4. The original word was presentations may be made, and then it was changed to presentations will be made.
Will be.
Yeah. So the original word was may.
Okay, council, we have a motion that has two components to it. Is everybody, do I have a second on that?
Not currently.
Sure. Second.
Is everybody clear on the motion, the two-part motion? Councilmember Fosler.
I am clear on it. I just, with the additional time of sitting here and reconsidering, I'm just alerting the public that I am going to change my vote, not because I don't agree with his new wording, but I want to, I don't, yeah, I'm going to vote against this. I prefer to stick with the language of the Charter Review Commission, so I'm going to vote against this. I just wanted to explain my vote ahead of time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Is that it, Councilmember Foster? Any other questions or comments? Seeing none indicated, Madam City Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
No.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosler?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. The dissenting votes from Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Fosler. We will now move on to our executive session. We have two items. 15A, City Council shall convene in a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 to seek the advice of legal counsel and to deliberate regarding proposed real estate acquisition of the 1500 Farm Street and 1505 Cedar Street properties. Item 15B, City Council shall convene in a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to seek the advice of legal counsel regarding engineering and construction contracts related to the wastewater plant number 3. It is 10:20. Council is in executive session. It is 10:44. Council is back in open session. I believe on item 15A, we have a motion.
I move to approve the purchase of the Farm Street and Cedar Street properties as discussed in executive session and authorize the city manager to execute all documentation.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Meyer, a second from Councilmember Fossler. Seeing no further comment or question indicated, Madam Secretary, if you will call the roll.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Motion is carried unanimously. On 15B, I believe we have a motion.
I move to approve the agreement to audit with KSA Engineers and authorize the city manager to execute it.
We have a motion from
Second.
Councilmember Fossler. I have a second from Councilmember Plunkett. Seeing no further instruction or questions, Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Fossler?
Yes.
Councilmember Plunkett?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 17.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. We are adjourned.